Good morning, everybody. All right. Big gap up. 44.92. Hold on. Ah, there we go. How's everyone doing this morning? Mega caps pumping because why not? Yes, they are. There's nothing multinationals love more than a super weak dollar, right? Can we talk a little bit about IWM? What do you want to talk about? Is the market downturn effectively off the table now? No, no. Um, although the CPI data did present a window for strong bullishness, it also opened up a window for the dollar to move down about 13%. And oil is rising inversely to that, and bond yields are getting absolutely fucking hammered. Holy shit. The 5 years now back below 4. So, no, no, it doesn't. But they're still positioning to the upside. I do think they really want 4,500. I'm not sure they want much beyond that, but they do want 4,500. Did my fucking 44, 45, my 445s fill on the video here? Oh, okay. Yeah. Like the stream. If you guys could, please. It helps. Can my favorite Gur's Gurk put up Fubo? I got some $3 calls that are printing. Mm, yeah, sure, why not? Let's see if it holds this breakout of 308. This level's pretty important. Might bounce on the pullback. If it can hold like 310, historically that's been very good. Dork, what's up, bro? Hey man. I slept in? Fuck yeah. Pullback if we crest over 4,500, will we rocket ship to 4,525? I'm not really sure that there's any 45.25 stuff anymore. If we get rejected off 4,500, I think the bulls are gonna get scared. They don't. There's not a lot of positioning left anyway. Um, so we really need to squeeze out the 4,500, 4,505 short calls, I think, to see continued upside. Although I will say that my straddle has already done a big printing. Oh, that's Fubo. Should I buy 350 calls on Fubo? They're like 4 cents. Maybe not. I'll wait. How the fuck do you leg out of calls on WeBull or straddles? I assume you just buy it, right? Or sell it. Sell the strike. 44.70 for today. Stop limit 29. Let's do that in case it's a big slip. Stock price is less than the market price. It is less than the fucking market price. Dumb. And I can sell a 44.65. Puts 44.65. Do I want to sell that? So lock in 90 cents. That's not wide enough. I'm gonna sell a 44.60. There we go. 70 cents. Oh, really? You can't turn a fucking put into a spread? Lamb. All right. 45.25 sold calls. Lots of volume there. That might be, it might be volume coming in on the back of this pump. Oh, fuck yeah. Is that, wait, we haven't even hit Dixie $1. Did he concede early? Or is that your foot? Are you sending me your foot for the toe ring measurements? The actors are going to strike in the US, by the way, so most film, TV productions are going to be halted. If it drags on long enough, it could become an issue for streaming companies. It might become an issue right away. It's not like people aren't going to be aware that there's going to be no new content for like 2 seasons, right? Congrats on completely defeating inflation, everyone. Oh, no, we didn't. Core services CPI is still like 6%, above 6%. How do you like 45, 47 upstart bear call spread? Just be careful because a lot of people are buying weeklies. I mean, it doesn't really matter the level you sell it, because you can always roll out like a little extra theta. Just be careful of like the weeklies pump, because there's a lot of poor people buying weeklies. Like Gamma and Charm are rocketing, but the dealer is not gaining any like additional delta exposure. I'm gonna buy Fubo when it hits $4. You're a stock genius, aren't you, Penance? So the print was something that the markets consider bullish, which PPI, eh. Did you roll out your BTU put spread? Yeah, that was part of the deal. If BTU fell, you roll them. I actually have them rolled and staggered for like 14, 30, and 45 DTE. Just making yields, you know? Could you say this 3-month pump is giving true bears the entry of a lifetime? I still have yet to hear a single reason that stock should be this high and this overvalued and why they should stay that way. So, ever in search for the bull case, can't find it. How far out does the upstart positioning support these levels? Looking for where this could collapse. Oh, I mean, this is it's testing gamma max, so yeah, with the breakout at 40 now behind us, there's really no like upside level that's significantly important. Um, so yeah, I think it's kind of done. It might break gamma max one or two more times, but any pullback in the market and it's just nothing but like short calls all the way down. It had a chance at like 50 on the CPI print, and it kind of whiffed that because a bunch of people got spooked and closed their weeklies. The video looking good. Yeah, I bought calls at open. It was in the pickles picks. It might just keep going, frankly. But 450 definitely looked good. I don't know if it'll push above that. If it starts to stagnate, um, short calls are going to come in at 450, and that's going to pressure it back down again. Until it gets more boring, can we talk about position sizing for smaller ports? Sure. I know about it in theory. Am I great or fool for continually buying puts? I mean, maybe. Unless it crashes and you're right. What's your price target? I mean, if you're buying them close to the money and you're managing them, there's usually always an opportunity to either make a lot of money on them, or like rotate your positioning, right? I mean, I don't think there's been a period greater than a month now where you know puts near the money haven't printed, right? Like we've had a 200 300 basis point pullback at least one or two times every month. What's your price target for Fubo again? 8 in several years? It's like 2 years. 7 to 8. 7 to 10, sorry. But I mean that's like the base price, right? I mean the market could value it higher or at a multiple. So it could go, I mean, upon profitability, it could theoretically go much higher. Are we going to repeat yesterday's price action? We aren't climbing very fast. It's very possible. Yeah. It's probably something that should be looked out for, because if they just keep selling calls at 4,500, 4,505, and the amount of call capitulation that held overnight exceeds the amount of call buying, we're going to lose the level, and then we're going to get more capitulation, and then we kind of end up in the situation we were in yesterday, right? How tight do you have your stop on the call side hedge there? Probably a little too loose now. I might need to move it up a bit. It's about $1 wide, like 26.50. Almost all of your price targets happen almost immediately after you post them to Pickles Picks. Yeah, I mean, Nvidia started getting like a shitload of call volume yesterday, so that one was very much like get in or miss it, right? And so there was a very brief opportunity at market open to get 44 45s. It looks like I filled on about half of the ones that I placed on order. But yeah, I mean, that happens. Sometimes it happens right away. But that one wasn't like it's not like a long-term play. There wasn't a lot of time to consider it. People just bought a shitload of weeklies on Nvidia yesterday. You've been saying 2 years for Fubo for almost a year now. The target is 2025 for management. It's pretty well documented. I haven't like moved any goalposts. Although I think this pump is insane. Doesn't mean we'll crash hard down. Could just stagnate. Yeah, that's true. We could fall to like the 44.50 level and just kind of end up there. Oh, lamb, I got stopped out. Dixie 99.999. Oh shit. Yep, I see it. Son of a bitch. Well, they triggered my tight stop. That happens. Fuck, Dixie's gonna slip $1 today, huh? Or 100 today. 5 years at 2.5 now. Should I go long Baba today? What's Baba doing? Hmm. Ooh. Hmm. July 21. 100. Hmm. 98.50. Uh, Interesting. You get all bullish on a skirk? I might be getting kind of bullish on the US dollar yuan currency pair. Hmm. I gotta think about this. I think you said before the upstart's likely not going to go further than 20 when it does fall. Given this latest pump, do you still estimate that low? Yeah, I think that's still reasonable. Um, I mean, it's still extreme from the current level. Like, I wouldn't buy $20 fucking puts or anything. But, yeah, I mean, the Fed's got 2 more rate hikes, maybe a third. If, as long as credit markets remain unstable, we're going to see credit conditions tighten, right? At some point, right? There's a significant lagging effect there, but at some point, credit conditions are going to tighten. We're going to hit a level where people are no longer willing to finance homes for fucking 8% or wherever this is going. So yeah, I would say that it's going to be detrimental to them in the future, enough so that there is very likely to be another entry. The Fed needs to pause. No need to risk deflation. Inflation is still going up. See, you try to say intelligent things that I assume you get from the internet, but then they're just so far off base and show a complete fundamental lack of understanding of the data that you're talking about. I hate that shit. We are not deflating. We are going up more slowly. It is not reversed. The Fed is at no risk of causing deflation right now. Core services is at like 6.3. Core is still at 4.8. Energy prices are becoming additive and, a few more dollars per barrel for oil. He never responds to this shit. He just comes in here and says bullish nonsense that he reads from fucking fake economists on Twitter, and then he runs away. Maybe you need to make a very simplistic drawing with stick figures showing that when month-over-month number doesn't have that little horizontal sign that means minus, it means prices have not gone down. You'd think that wouldn't be necessary, Dork. Hey Trina, how you doing? Why don't I just draw a picture of the Dunning-Kruger effect? The only thing worse than actual fucking economists is armchair economists. Why don't you just put up the picture of Poopy's foot? Yeah, what? That's true. Although, I do feel like he may have gotten a manicure or pedicure. He's not gonna tell us, right? There it is. If we zoom in on the toes here, pretty neatly trimmed. It's a foot, yeah. That's Mr. Poopy Pants' foot. Because he challenged Dork on the Dixie going to 100. He was like, no, no, no. The US currencies, they're going to be great and go to 105. Wrong. That's the foot of a man who was wrong. US currency, strong and resilient, actually crashing. I just broke another toe. I'll unfortunately have to stop pursuing my career of being a foot model. Oh no, crypto. You're gonna have to change your screen name too. If he hadn't cut his toenails before taking a photo, it would have reflected badly on him and the pickle jar in general. That's true. What's the extremely deep valley after peaking Dunning-Kruger? That's where I am. Paralyzed by fear and indecision. Best stock channel ever. Couldn't be any better. To be fair, he was close. Didn't Dixie go over 104? Oh, he got very close. He got very close to seeing Jork's foot, which now only I'll get to see. And that's just because I need the measurements for our toe rings. Did you want to tell me something? I was busy clipping that to share with Poopy. No, you're good. It would be better if Kendro was here. Kendro is here. Um, yeah. He's revolting against the establishment, though, because Fluffyus had timed him out. I feel as though I have the market maker in checkmate. I win no matter what they do with GME. They're gonna find a way to fuck you. Stop me from full porting Fubo 350 weeklies. That's really stupid. Can I build your vertical spreads again so that I can see them exactly where the MM will close the day out? First off, fuck you. Um, second of all, I haven't built out any yet. I do have a dead put, which I really just don't see a good reason for selling it yet. Man, I really want to go long Baba, but I know it's a terrible idea. Hmm. See, that's bearish as fuck. Let's see what positioning's looking like. Oop. All right, we got shitloads of volume at 4,500. A little bit at 505, 510, 515. Kind of starts to fall off around there, down into like 525. I'm pretty sure that everything above that's probably sold for now. I'm not sure that the 4,500 isn't also just being sold really heavily. People are buying puts at that level as well. Great stream as always. JW, what are you most excited for? I'm torn between seeing the pumpers get squeezed out and all these Fubo upstart geniuses crying 30 days from now when it's $1.20 again. Yeah. But, you know, we're all jaded, so let them enjoy it. I can't wait to hear the complaints about, I bought Fubo at 35, Gurk. How can I get my cost basis down? Puts it a test of 4,500 or big dumb. You think we test 4,500? I think maybe we don't. Like there's a non-zero chance that we failed to test 4,500 here. We should. We should test it, right? Like, seems like a given. But we might not. Did I get stopped out of my NVIDIA calls? Okay, cool. Yep. What do you think about some 818 puts on Fubo for some downside protection before earnings? 38 cents at the ask right now. Yeah, but how much of that is just the vol? All of that worked not to get 4,500. That's hilarious. Well, yesterday was like 10 times the amount of work and they didn't get 4,500. So NVIDIA done. The rejection's gonna trigger a lot of short call selling. It may not be done. It could still recover here. But it's gonna start to stabilize at like 450. What is the DD on Fubo? Why the sudden ups? Oh, I mean, Russell 2K is just pumping really hard. It doesn't have anything to do with Fubo itself. Fubo is just very heavily synthetically shorted. All of the R2K, like, basket stocks have been pumping. So what are the chances we just keep dragging our faces on 4,500's nuts all day, but not actually drop? I don't think that's very likely. Enough, you know, most of the call positioning to the upside that came in with CPI has broken down. A big chunk of it broke down before CPI because, well, here, let me paint you the whole picture. So before CPI, the upside was like stacked, like big call ladders at 45, 45.25, 45.50. Even 4,600 had like some decent interest, right? Just big fucking piles of calls. Tons of interest here. And then it kind of started to fall off, right? Before CPI, Cleveland Fed and forecaster, like analyst forecasts were in disagreement between point 0.3 and point 0.4. And one of these is like, this would have been really bearish. And this would have been kind of moderately bullish, right? So we started to see these positions risk off a bit before the CPI print even happened, right? Which kind of left like the 45.25 level, and then it started to fall off. Yesterday, on the rejection, we started to see this fall off, right? And then we also saw a rejection in the 44.75 and 44.50 in the money shit, right? So these both dropped down yesterday on the rejection. And then the close below 44.75 meant that all of those zero DTs got wiped out, right? So now, you know, there's very little strength to the upside. 44.05 or 45.05, sorry. 45.05 has been heavily sold short. As has 4,500. Okay, so basically the deal here is either they get enough momentum and they squeeze out the 4,500 and the 45.05, and then they can start piling in and building up that call ladder again, or they don't, and they simply fail. And if they keep failing, that means back to like 44.75, maybe even back to 44.50. If we break below 44.50, we start heading towards like adjusted gamma at 44.25, which is bearish as fuck. Everyone follow along with that? I hope so, because it's going to be important later. Roberto4444, welcome to Cornichon, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, dude. Bank earnings are a pretty sweet opportunity to get above 4,500, though. Not if they fucking suck, they won't be. DVN just ups. I told everybody for, what, 5 months now? It was a good deal. Maybe I need to advertise it more on Twitter. I can say... No, never mind. I won't start. Is there going to be a quiz? No. I mean, yes, but it'll be you against yourself. Is that happening today? It could. There's a screenshot in Discord where AK volume traded on September 15, 44.25 puts. Yeah, there's a concentration of short interest building up below 44.50. Watching the spread abomination land on a loss yesterday was chef's kiss. Instant classic. Happens. Watch again now that I've got my safe and degen accounts back. Nice. I had to cash out a while ago, but things are better now. I just got kickstarted by Fubo from $1 and Riven Strangles back from 18.19. So back trading, congratulations, man. I was going to do verticals like Toe Ring Gang and still might. Thanks to the cautionary tale. Yeah, unfortunately... Well, actually, hold on. The straddle printed 80% today, so... Yeah, I think the account's only up 400% since the 6th. So it was a big blow. But, yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. Sometimes shit just happens. The best laid plans of mice and men. DVN CSPs have been printing nicely. Thanks for that one. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Let's see if I got that right. If up, then up a bit, then down. If down, then down and more down. No, if up and then big up, more up. Okay. So basically if we can push up and squeeze out the short calls at 4,500 and 45.05, we can start to move above 4,500 like significantly. If they're unable to gain the momentum to squeeze out those positions down, because more and more of the call interest is going to capitulate, especially the shit in the money. Is Fubo going back to $2? It's not only is it up today, it's continuing up. Maybe at some point, there's definitely a case for it dropping back down again. But after a break of 308, I might wait for the upside to play out before I take any chances. There are no buyers over 4,500. We already checked. Dollar down, 40, 50 CCs safe. The dollar's down bad. It's in a bad way. What's up, Jen Jen? I'm really bad at me against myself tasks. I always manage to lose to myself or win, but backwards win. Huh. What's the next upside resistance for Fubo? Historically? Well, the next one that really matters is like 325. After 325, our chances of like testing 4 go way up. Because now we're starting to get into the range where there's like a lot of leaps. Like there's like a lot of leap open interest, right? What's the next upstairs resistance? Is it down forever or down for 7 hours, then up, then down? What? Down forever? No, not down forever, but a move back towards like 4,400. There's resistances. There's 4,475. There's 4,450. I mean, it's a ways down, but a breakdown, kind of can perpetuate itself. So what starts off as a small slip can cascade, especially with all this positioning being super short dated on the call side. What's the market running up, up, and away from? JK, I know the answer. We have a very interesting dynamic going on right now. The kind of really moved full tilt yesterday, but we've talked about it in the past. The dollar dropping is going to increase foreign oil import prices, right? Which is going to create speculative demand on oil in the short term, right? Because everyone wants to get their oil futures in while the dollar's dropping before oil prices spike, right? Which ironically causes oil prices to spike before they would have otherwise. And then because the dollar is dropping, foreign investors want to pile into treasuries. And they want to pile into treasuries really, really quick so they can preserve the exchange rates and continue to make money off the conversion to their own currencies, right? And so, the more investors that pile into those yields, the more the dollar drops, the more oil goes up, and that kind of reflexivity between those assets is not it's not bullish. Um, I don't know how much it's gonna spiral, but it could get out of control very quickly. And no, inflation's not fixed if oil moves above $80 a barrel. Inflation's got a big, big, big fucking problem if oil moves above 80 a barrel. Given that all of the reduction in inflation is basically oil. Oil becomes additive to inflation above $80 a barrel. So, where do you see Google going to? I don't know. I went short on it earlier this week, although I probably have gotten stopped out by now. Yeah, it kind of hit my mid target. Looks like I got stopped out Wednesday. Yesterday? I guess I got stopped out yesterday. might come back up to like 25. Retest 25. I mean, it's breaking out of its downtrend a little bit here, so I would say 25 seems reasonable. Unless the market dumps. In which case the breakout will probably fail. There's a lot of sold calls at 125. We're filling both downside gaps before end of week. I can feel it. Maybe. I'm thinking the longer SCX doesn't cross the 4,500 level, the more bearish the day becomes. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, people who held overnight are going to become more and more likely to take profits as theta decays their profitability on their long calls, especially 0 and 1 DTE. And the longer we stay here, the more confidence bears are going to have in selling short calls at 4,500 and 4,505. Could the Fed raise interest rates to protect the dollar? Yeah. Yeah, they can. As part of the drop in the dollar because people are anticipating a pause or a rate cut, it's because inflation came in lower. No one's. I don't think anyone's anticipating a rate cut though. I'm pretty sure that the fucking Fed cast or whatever that bullshit is at what, like 80% for a rate increase. It's very likely they move forward with a rate increase here. Although the dropping dollar may force them to raise rates even more. Because they need to keep the foreign interest attracted to US bonds. Also, fun fact, the US Treasury general account, which was supposed to be at 1.1 to 1.2 trillion by the beginning of August, is currently only at 400 billion. So that's not really been filling up as fast as I think the Treasury was hoping, and I think that's due to a declining demand for short-term securities. So I think Yellen's big genius plan was to sell a bunch of short-dated maturity, right, and refill up the Treasury account really fast without creating a lot of long-term debt. But I don't think she's finding the liquidity she needs there, which means that she's gonna have to start turning to further and further dated maturities, right? Oh, we're nowhere near the 2% target. But inflation, bipolar bear. Aren't you an accountant? Do you not understand how inflation and currency are related? Or the value of inflation and currency? Does the SPX look crashy to you as well? I think it could get rejected here, maybe. I know, I just didn't look it up. Okay. Hmm. Yellen and genius should never be in the same sentence. Hey, I catch the stream. I have a day off. What's up, Dirk? Have you ever looked at EU options? I don't look just now because there's so much less liquidity on everything. Yeah. I mean, it's just American markets are the most liquid by a long shot. I've been away for 2 months. Has there been anything of note regarding GME in that time? Uh, Ryan Cohen's become progressively more and more libertarian, and also the CEO. That seems fair. Hmm. I want to average down some T. Do you have thoughts on the likelihood of it continuing below 15? Or is this a decent spot? Um, hmm. It could definitely fall below 15. Last time it fell to like 1450. Uh, volume on the downtrend still seems to be increasing, so mm, maybe you could get like just plan to like DCA over that range. I mean, historically, AT&T hasn't spent a lot of time down here since like the early 90s. So, um, there's a pretty good it's a pretty good level. Came close back during like the '08 crash. So yeah, not too bad. Dole's moving down fairly hard for it today. Ooh, nice. Also, you missed the issuing of MOASS NFTs Ryan handed out. One that seems feasible to play with options is ASML, but there's only a handful of stocks with good options liquidity, it seems. Yeah, you could just trade US options. I think European options are unpopular because you can only exercise them at expiration, unlike US options. So I kind of almost prefer that, but it's much better for selling them. Dola's moved down. Tesla headed for 270. Yeah, looks like it's rejecting again. I'm actually shocked that my bear spreads on Tesla have just not been at risk at all. I would have expected them to have performed a lot worse this week. But yeah, Tesla's really not gathering a lot of call interest right now. Probably earnings coming up. Maybe people are a bit worried about those margin reductions in order to meet delivery demand. You got any CCs out on Deviant? No, no. I stopped selling cover calls on energy like a couple weeks ago. I just want SVX below 44.90. Is that too much to ask for? Probably not. You gutting the new iPhone 15 now that it has USB-C? No, absolutely not. Remember that time I bought Zom calls yesterday? Nice. Remember that time I bought Zom calls the day before that? Congrats, Tyler. Yeah, it's doing really well. They were cheap as fuck, too. Which made no sense. I'm a pixel girl in a pixel world. Yes, you are. Fubo run over? Maybe. Or just really volatile. Hmm. Not too sure it's over. Russell just took a big hit there, though. Guess we'll see if it recovers. It looks like it's trying to. Finding some support at 1960. Seems okay. Russell's still overperforming today, but underperforming NQ. What if I should buy another one of these pets at 470? Average this down or just let it die. Oh, I was looking to trade a bit more actively on Euro positions, therefore thinking of trading EU options. I always have to convert back to my main currency. I wanted to reduce that a bit because the dollar's crashing. Greg, I think I have a virus after searching for gentleman content the other night. Hmm. You downloading your porn on LimeWire? I think Brick Summit next month will lead to pumps in their market. I was thinking maybe Forex plays leading into opening. I hate playing Forex. You could try. I really don't. Didn't India back out? That thing's fucking dead. What's the SAX Pete option activity been? Put? Put volume's pretty high, actually. Yeah. Put volume still higher than call volume, especially at 44.90 and 85. I don't think those are sold. Let me see if this failure is leading to more longer term interest falling off. No PP and USB. What? It's 44.50. Ooh. Profit taking on in the money calls. A lot of it between 44.50 and 44.75. Some at 44.80 and 85. And yeah, and 44.75 is reduced pretty significantly. Although tomorrow's 44.75s are still very much there. So 4,500, 44.75 are the only two significant levels for calls. Interesting. So put interest is weighing down the 721 expiration. Huh. A little bit of support at 44.90 as well. Not a lot. It's a little one, but it's there. In the money call profit taking, but are they buying new at the money zero DTs to pump more? Their volume on the call side of zero DTs right now is pretty low. If it was down 10 cents from its high after bouncing off resistance, run over seems a bit of a hysterical reaction. Man, this is the general public you're dealing with. Almost all of their reactions to stocks are hysterical. Somebody noted this in the Discord the other night. I think it was Dr. Drax. Those like despondent bears are more bullish than the bulls. The SAX and myself are not on speaking terms at the moment. Are you the one buying all the 44.90 calls? Hysterical? Nah, but have you seen this MOASS on Fubo on the 1 minute? Jesus Christ. Alright, Nvidia did its thing. I don't need to watch that anymore. Oh, Fubo announced their earnings call. August 4th. Ooh. What time was that at? 1 hour ago? So market open? Interesting. Motley Fool's telling me to avoid Fubo like the plague. Can a run to $8 to $10 be possible on Fubo like last time? I mean, that's super unlikely, but it'd be cool. Well, Dole almost reversed the day's loss in one purchase. Was it you? Don't lie to me, Salty. NVIDIA thing done. Bear call spreads, too risky. If the market pumps and breaks 4,500, they're gonna fucking people are gonna start buying weeklies on NVIDIA again, and then the short calls can pull back off. I wouldn't do it. At least not without some padding, right? It's official. My main desktop's PSU has bitten the dust. Oh no, Dork. This is terrible news. Do you need a power supply? I think I have one. I can just mail it to you. I have like, actually, I have like four. It might cost me more to mail you one than to buy one. That said, when Fubo Fregs Day? I don't know. Is there a Fregs Day? It's only up a couple dollars. I just want to know where I can sell CCs on it. Y'all remember when Fubo was 325? Yeah. When SPX break down? Not yet. That seems pretty obvious. We're still very much in the range where we're likely to test 4,500. I don't think that's changed. Not yet, but it is getting weaker, and in the money calls are starting to take profits, so they really need to hurry up with it. It's still too early to get an idea if 44.75 holds through next week. Yeah. 44.75 might not hold through today, depending on, their success at breaking 4,500 here. That's on Google 818 near the money bear put spread, targeting a correction around 120. Thanks in advance. You probably want to wait for it to peak, right? It's still moving up. I would say it's too early. Not only would I say it's too early, if short calls close at 125, it may move even higher. I don't think the position's necessarily bad, but entering it now might be. See, aren't you glad that you didn't sell bear call spreads on NVIDIA? Why haven't you played the VUP song for this week? I don't know. I'll play it if the SPX breaks above 4,500. That way it rejects. Is Fubo dead after this 10-cent plummetation? I don't think so. Thought I'm using UVIX as a hedging instrument. I don't have access to futures trading. Why not just VIX? Sounds like picking up 4 DTE 4500P if SPX tests above it for an overnight hold. No, because if we move above 4,500, more call interest is going to start to build again, right? Was the long-term thesis for Fubo posted somewhere in the Discord? Thinking to CC out a portion of my GME and getting into Fubo once the market eventually corrects. Thanks. I mean, Fubo is significantly more risky than GME. But yeah, it's in Pickles Picks and then kind of in both of the Fubo channels. I can't just play it. How many people do you think just bought into Fubo above 3 and wouldn't when it was $1? Probably a lot. How many people do you think sold their like 250 cost basis and $3 cost basis Fubo at $1? In regards to cash settlement on SPX options, if someone bought a 0 DTE for 4490p at around 10 a.m. this morning for $5, if the option was never manually closed, SPX would have to close below 4485 to make a profit, right? Yeah. I.e., if close at 4483, you would make 200 bucks. That's correct. Distance between spot and strike minus premium. Tool's capping up now. Those people are probably the ones buying it back now at 3. Yeah, of course. man, what if they really don't here? That's not expanding much. NQ's doing really well today. And oil's pumping. This should be like all the push SPX needs, right? Also, Dixie Peener. Oh, fuck. Bear Peener. Are you watching Dixie on the 1 minute now, Dork? Fuck. Yes, yes with a lower rejection off 530. Some volume on that. Interesting. Hmm. What's Netflix doing today? Okay. Still not looking great. Should I add to that? July 21. I don't really want to carry that past tomorrow, though. Do you have to turn on or activate cash settlement on WeBull? Or is it just automatic? Did cash, like, turn it into a cash account? It should just be automatic. You don't need to do anything. The options just cash settle. That's what SPX options do. Make sure the thing you're trading cash settles, which, you know, isn't a lot of stuff. Do you see a pullback in oil anytime soon, or just full steam ahead? I don't know, maybe around 78 a barrel. I think if the SPX gets rejected for 8 days, then blasts over 4,500. That's possible. Is he bullish or bearish on SPX going over 4,500? I'm bearish if it's unable to. Bullish if it's able to. suppose I should play the other side of that. Like 90? Yeah, I could. I could leverage that up additionally. Hmm. Interesting. Can Fubo get to 350 today? I don't know if it could do it today. Sold SPX options are cash settled. Well, here's an example of that. So if you sell, let's say you were to sell a 4,500 call, right, on SPX, and SPX closed the day at 4,503, you would owe the difference times 100. I tried to trade the SPX chop unsuccessfully. That's because it's flat. I'm wondering if there's really no buyers over 4,500, and the pumpers can only pull it off end of day with 0 DTs. Here's the problem with that. If it keeps dragging here, more and more in the money calls are going to take profits, which means it becomes harder and harder to keep it here at resistance, right? Yeah. Why'd you choose the bear put spread over the bear call spread? I'm far from entering all of my positions, but why would I open a bear call spread right now? Like the bear put spread here on a drop has $1,000 potential. Like it can be worth 1,000 with a 253 or 280 upfront cost, right? But if I sell a bear call spread, I'm gonna get what's the credit on it right now? Hold on. If I were to sell like 4,500, 510, I would get 400 credit with a risk of 1,000. Also, I could sell that spread if we drop below 44.90, right? But selling it here is a lot riskier. Although, I'm not gonna lie, 43% return on collateral on the, like, well, that's for tomorrow. Oh, that's for tomorrow. That's why. 35% return on collateral for 4,500, 4,505. It's pretty tempting. Is the increase in Fubo due to SLD? No, I don't think so. SLD's next week. So why would it be? Why are the bulls giving up? Well, because not all the bulls are in agreement that the market should go higher. Hmm. Yep. Doesn't being a bull, by definition, mean you think the market should go higher? Yes? Well, or that you don't think it's going to go lower? But, you know, euphoria and enthusiasm also have a point at which they break, right? Usually violently, but obviously some bulls aren't so bullish now, right? They're pulling back positioning, they're taking profits on in the money positioning. They don't have the confidence that others do. They could just be scaling back and reducing risk, but that also infers a lack of confidence. So, varying degrees of bullishness do exist. What if the Fed doesn't hike rates at the end of July? Is SPX going to rip to infinity? I mean, but the federal funds rate's still going to stay the same, right? Even if they didn't hike rates, it doesn't mean they're lowering them. Fubo done? I mean, it's back below 308, so I cut the calls. I'm not going to carry them. Maybe. It could still bounce. Especially if the market drives higher again. But it pulled back more than I was willing to risk. Think we could see a 300 basis point drop for SLD like we used to? Or is that a relic of a market that no longer exists? I think if we see a drop for SLD, it means the pumps are done. So we'll see if we get one. Are we going to test it? I don't know. We've got a chance here. There's a little momentum. This would be the time to try. Let me see how interest is looking. Yeah, still not picking up a lot of interest above 4,500. 4,500 volumes up, but so's put volume at 4,490. Which is starting to make me think more and more that even if we get the test, that might just be the point of failure. I think if we fail to get the test, though, that's pretty fucking bearish. Good morning, Ending. Yeah, I cut the call side of my overnight straddle earlier. I was straddled at 4470, but this account I just did 0 DTEs. I'm gonna hold the short side of it for a little while here. A little while longer at least. How high above 4,500 do you think is required to begin squeezing out sold call positions? I mean, some will bail right away. Others might hold on for a little while, but I would say we probably need to move to like 45.10 or 45.15. They've been selling some theta on those calls, so there's a pretty good chance that um they'd be kind of hard to squeeze out. The SPX daily chart for the last couple of weeks looks ridiculous. Yeah, it does. This is bordering on the most boring price action in a long time. No volatility at open either. We had a little bit. I mean, we moved from like 44.88 up to like 44.99 pretty quick. Yeah, this is starting to get pretty fucking bearish. Hmm. Interesting. I'll do like 75. July 31. Let's see. $50 spread. $75.25 for $12. It's too early, but I don't hate it. Let me look at that. I need to take more long positioning in this account. As much as I love to do shitloads of intraday 0 DTE debit spreads, I still need more cash in here so I can sell credit spreads against them. So I think I need to get it closer to like the 15,000 or past PDT before I can do more of that. Because the inability to sell like large quantities of debit spreads makes those positions really risky. Like that amalgamation of dog shit that I had yesterday to attempt to close with profitability in the cash settlement. I could have like end of day, I could have collapsed all of the risk by selling calls, but there's not enough money in the account yet to do that. Hmm. Selling calls and puts. Discord DMs if you get bored of this price action. Hold on, I'm trying to do something real quick. 75. Sell put 25. Remove. So $1,200. Get 1.5% correction. Make 100%. Like 240%. 50. Is that too much theta? That might be too much theta. That's a little bit better. Well, no, I want the theta. Maybe I go like August 18. Insert SPX 4500. Not gonna happen meme. Give it a second. They're not done with the chop. Not yet. Interesting. GME's getting a little movement today. Not much, but 50 cents. Futures. Futures keeps trying to like clamber up above this trend, and this is where it keeps failing. Like this 45-30 level is problematic. This was their shot right here. And they missed it. It's going to become progressively harder for them to hit 4370 4537. Volume's falling off. Yeah, look at like the pumps, right? See how little effect they have? This isn't very strong. It's looking more and more like a rejection. Or they're just trying to exhaust the bears. It's hard to say. If we fall back below 45.25 though, I think that's pretty bad. Yeah, these breakouts usually are like high confidence, but when they fail to break out like this, right? Like, and the breakout's really weak, this is bearish. And it was a weak breakout. We tested the low trend and then fucking barely broke above. Who are you referring to when you say they? People holding billions of dollars in positions at 4,500? I don't really think that's that confusing unless you're highly autistic. And you have a trouble defining groups. Are they in the room with you right now? No, I'm working from home today. Hmm. Call volume is falling off again. Fubo failing 3? Fubo failing 3 might be bearish. A little bit. Bull put spread on XSP. Below 44, 44.47 for tomorrow. Tomorrow might not be soon enough. It could be. I don't think I don't think I necessarily disagree with that position, but and if you're doing it for the higher might be better. There's still support tomorrow at 44.75, which hasn't pulled back yet today. We're chopping like yesterday. Mm. Do you know why prime numbers make spirals? They don't. Prime numbers in spirals form like diagonals if the spiral's large enough. Oh god, what was that called? Someone's fucking some Greek sieve. We're chopping just like yesterday. Chopping's bearish. In this season finale of Pickle Financial, Girk removes the green screen to show he's been trading back to back in the same cubicle as Kenny this whole time. Are you serious about lowering the price of Dillionaire? No, it's already cheap as fuck. Do you know what trading discords cost? You should research it. They're usually like $150 to $400 a month. I got beyond at a basis of 10. It now trades 1750. Would you sell in the money CCs or sell and take profits? Out of curiosity, I'm probably going to sell anyway. It's up to you. I mean, that's really a decision if you want to continue to hold the stock and you like your cost basis a lot, or if you just want to get out. If you think the stock will be worth a lot more than 1750 in the future, well then, that seems pretty easy, right? Trading discords only cost that much when the people running it don't know how to make money trading. Usually, yeah. Although I've had ones, I've been in a couple that were mostly just priced high to keep people out. Ulam Spiral? No, I'm not Ulam Spiral. It's like it's Civ of it begins with an E. I can't remember. It's like an algorithm that finds all the prime numbers up to a given integer. No, it's not Euler or Euclidean. It's Civ of Eratosthenes. Yeah, that I think that's it. Yeah, that's thank you. Yeah, that's what it is. Clitoral? No? Did the other discords have foot pics like your toes? No, most of them you couldn't speak in. Like they didn't have like a chat. Um I've only been in two paid discords. One was this options guy at uh I think he was at Merrill. He was kind of vague about where he worked, but and then the Discord was mostly just shadowing him and he wasn't very good. And then so I left that. And then the other one was it was run by this like old risk dude who lived in Montreal. That was a pretty awesome Discord, but then he left even though it was his Discord and everyone else stayed, and it got really weird and everyone started fucking getting all conspiratorial about like Goldman Sachs and Nazi gold and something with Credit Suisse during the pandemic. So I got the fuck out of there. I wouldn't give J-Roll a whiff of a fart off my ass. What was that? He already steals everything from me. I mean, does he need more? Are we really just going to trade within a $10 range all fucking day? This is one of those days where the MM just fucks everyone until the last hour of the day. I can feel Composite Man's hand beginning to gesture for me to bend over at this very moment. Send lube. Just relax. You don't need lube. It's okay. You've done this before. Thoughts on PayPal? It's cheap. I mean, that might be the only thing it's got going for it. They're an okay company. I mean, they're well run. You could. I would do more research. Not all of it looks all that promising. I played a little bit of the bounce after it dumped hard, but I didn't really have any interest in staying in it. Wait, we can buy farts off you? Maybe. Make me an offer. I have a confession. I'm J-Roll. No, you're a far better trader than he is. Nice try, popcorn trader. Twitter's pumping FSR as the next meme squeeze after Kavana. Okay. I'm still holding some July 21 4440p, August 18 4400p that are down big, but I hedged by calls, so port flat. Average them down or cut and reposition. The 4440p could be in play if we fail here. We have August 4400. I mean, on the shit with Theta, why not just sell something against it, right? Probably not. You're probably not going to get a lot, but I mean, like on the August, you could probably. All right, one sec. You could probably start selling like shorter dated theta against it, and so and then if it doesn't get closer, close it, but cut off the bleed. Whatever you do, just figure out how to cut off the bleed if you're gonna hold them. I consider that, but if we fail here and pull back with any momentum, we could accelerate down through 4400 fairly quickly. So debit spread it, right? And it's obviously worse, but you get about 50% of the return on like one DTEs. But then worst case, I mean, you pick up a little bit of profit. But we have resistance at 75, 50, and 25, so I don't think we're gonna get there that quickly. Unless it crashes. Just don't sell theta over the weekend. Right? And don't sell theta in any spot where there's not established resistance. What about a similar situation in a cash account? Fucking cut it and wait to re-enter until you have confirmation. You should have, in a cash account, you should have, I'm not gonna lie to you, Kyle's alt account. You probably should already be out of them. Futures check? It's still, I mean, it's still kind of doing the same, but now it's failing the inner resistance, right? So we failed through the trend, and now we're failing the test of the trend. So it still doesn't look really good. and the momentum's starting to dry up. Holy shit. Uh, hmm. Yeah, it's starting to get more bearish. But I don't think there's any question about that. Russell and S&P both. Nasdaq's still pretty strong. Dow's pretty stable, but not bearish enough yet. But it's the fact that we didn't break up here is really, really bad for the 4,500 calls. Guess we'll see what happens. Volume's gonna drop, so and we're still within range. It's not out of the question yet, but it's bad. Let me look at positioning and see if anything's breaking down. Oh, okay, yeah. Call positions at 60, 65, 70. A little bit at 80 and 85 have broken down. 90, 90, 95, 5, 45 are sorry, 90, 95, and 500 are still relatively like okay. 4,500 hasn't really broken down much. 90 a little bit, but still quite strong. And then 75 is very strong still. So, but in between the spreads, it's definitely weakening. There's almost no call interest now between 44.75 and 44.50. And then interest at 44.25 is flipped negative. Flipping negative. Are funds just crowding into Google? I mean, I told you earlier it was probably going to go up to 125 or above. People are pulling back sold calls, largely, right? But on the bounce, so that's going to give it some continuation. You said you wanted to go like long short, right? Just wait till you get a reversal, and people start selling calls again. Oh god, no. Don't ever give Market Chameleon money. It was the most useless fucking platform. I love how no one's buying these mega caps at ridiculously high PE ratios. So they're still going up, like inflation is ending, and the new bull market's coming. Well, now it's only like some of them going up at a time, right? Like Nasdaq's doing well today, but Tesla's still down a little bit. AMD's down. The big boys are doing all right though. Microsoft's hanging in there. Google and Nvidia are definitely leading the pack. Fucking EPAM's up 5% today. Baba's up 2. Is T a decent stock for a synthetic long? I wouldn't. Oh, it's just cheap. Why go synthetic long on it? It's not like it's gonna have a very volatile recovery. I just got back from talking to the computer guy. Seems like a really nice guy who's gonna do a good job. What did I miss? Nothing? Nice. Yeah, pretty much nothing. A little bit of breakdown in the money call positioning. Things are looking more bearish, which I'm excited about. I think if we lose 490, we're probably gonna fill the gap. I enjoy confidence exiting the market rapidly. That's bonerific. I thought you said bank earnings should be decent. That doesn't mean they're gonna be good. Just stable? Stable and big upside surprise are two very different things. What are your thoughts on September 15, 440 puts on SPY, hedged with 470 calls? I'm trying to figure out this hedging thing. Maybe I need some more theta. Thank you in advance. 440 puts, hedged with 470 calls. So just like a wide strangle. Um, hmm. I don't. I don't like it. Yeah, you're gonna get some serious decay on the 470 because it's so much further out of the money. Maybe like 440 calls and then buy 470s if we crossed like 4,600, but I mean, even that doesn't make any sense. Because you'd have cut your fucking puts by then anyway, right? Too wide on the call side? Well, the call side's really not like you don't need to buy a hedge until there's something to hedge, right? And if you're directionally bearish, then you would want your hedge close to the money, not far out of the money. Right? So like if you're entering here at 4,500, right, and you're targeting 4,400, you'd want to hedge movements above 4,500, right? So if the market goes this way, you want to hedge from this point up because this is the point at which you bought your puts. And then, if it continues up, you could cut your puts. But in the scenario you're discussing, if the market just does this for 2 months, you're fucked. Then all of the shit you bought is worthless. Yeah, Vega exposure too. Although VIX is so fucking low that might not matter a lot. Hmm. Hmm. Russell's getting kind of bearish here. Hmm. If we drift up, both sides are gonna get slaughtered. It's 11:40. Are you surprised SPX hasn't made a move one way or the other by now? No? 15-minute end of day straddles looking great for today. Not if we fall, I don't think. Because I think if we fall, we're gonna get like a collapse of the shorter dated call positions, and then there won't be a lot of like interest at close. Maybe if we get hung up on like 44.75 or like 44.70 or something like that, then maybe. But right now I don't think so. What's a crystal ball saying? Not a lot for maybe like an hour or two. Unless it comes in on like futures. What time frame would you consider for a straddle right now? I mean, that has a lot of variables. What are you targeting? You just want to straddle 4,500? I mean, you could probably do it intraday and end up with some kind of result, or you could have more theta if you want to capture a bigger move than that. Any chance they're waiting for calls to get cheaper to break 4,500? Okay, so the problem with that is they have to wait a really long time, right? They got to wait until 2 or 3 o'clock for them to get sufficiently cheap enough to push up through the sold calls, right? And if they wait that long, they're going to continue to lose downside support, right? So the downside support's already bleeding. People with calls are like, "Fuck this! It's not going up anymore. I'm gonna set stops and tighten stops," and they're getting stopped out, right? I mean, you just look at the psychology in here from like overnight straddles, right, and just extrapolate that. Um, and so their position, their ability to hold this level is weakening, and it's very possible that it's weakening at a rate faster then they're able to maintain it. And if that happens, then it slips. Probably violently, they'll try to catch capitulation and swing it back up. But if there's a continuation in a breakdown, or there's simply not enough support to the downside for them to reverse it, then we could fall pretty hard. So it's really more advantageous for them to get it above 4,500 in the earlier part of the day, even though it's more expensive. Yeah, so Cadota, there's a few ways you could play that. You could play the zero or like the one and just, target the near term moves. You probably have a better opportunity to print both sides of the straddle in that case. Um, you could get more theta, which opens you up to, holding it longer, but being able to capture a greater move in the underlying. If you like open a straddle here with like 21 or 30 DTE and the market moves 200 BPS, you're gonna like you're gonna pay for the losing side, right? Although I'm not sure that's such a great idea because you're targeting a really big move and the market's, even though the market's consolidating, it may do this for a while. And so you could just end up getting in a position where you burn a lot of theta without ever really realizing any profitability. What DTE would you hold overnight tonight on a straddle strangle? I don't know, man. We're not even there yet. Probably between like 5 and 7. I mean, I'm not holding it over the weekend. I don't see any reason to buy more than that. Which and then liquidity. I mean, I feel like I've answered this question like 1,000 times. You want enough theta that you're not severely damaged by overnight. So like this morning we had a big move and I had a straddle that was 1 DTE, right? But the put it, like when I sold the call, the put's dead. So if you don't get a big enough overnight move, that just happens to both sides, right? Or if you don't get an overnight move at all. So you want enough theta that you can hold overnight, but you don't want so much theta that your profitability curve looks like this. You want it tight, right? I'm just curious where you would buy it. Pick your own fucking positions. That's what McMillan was warning about. I'm looking at something 2 months out, but I don't want to watch it burn away. Yeah, you don't. Straddles are advantageous on the shorter time frames, and they have been for a while now because the market's been had so much price volatility, right? Uh, we we get a pretty big move every couple days, and that's made straddles really advantageous. It's allowed for things like holding dead legs of straddles till they print again, right? Like if we know our trading range is between like 4,500 and 4,475, right? And we're just constantly straddling 4,480, right? As long as this doesn't break out too much and this doesn't break down too much, price is going to move through that straddle a lot, right? And that lets you sell both sides of it profitably. And this is kind of what I've been doing since October. Um, yeah, you could condor it as well. Although condors present greater risk if there is a big move, right? Whereas a straddle, like if it moves up hard, a straddle is going to still be profitable, right? But if it moves up out of your condor, you're going to lose money here and here, right? Are you still bearish overall? The economic data has been getting less bad. Which economic data is less bad? The market is ripping. Nvidia to infinity, and we're back in the stonks only go up phase of the market. I think we're in a stonks go up phase of the market, but I think it's still very much like a bear rally and not a bull market. And I don't think the economic data is getting better. If you could point to a piece of economic data that's showing significant improvement, there aren't very many, but I'd love to hear that. Don't get me wrong. Naturally, I prefer to be bullish. Like psychologically, I like buying calls. I fucking hate playing the short side of things. Stocks don't go down a lot, but I can't make a logical case for it. And if that means that I have to wait out the voting, it's worth it, right? Because it's been voted so hard in one direction that when the pendulum swings back, it will be worth all of the pain and anguish of holding the short against it. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not for everybody. Some people I've noticed are very have a very hard time managing positions. It's difficult. If you do have a hard time managing positions, you probably shouldn't be holding a bunch of them. But I mean, like a correction from here, right? A real one on one of the infinite number of fucking catalysts that could occur over the next 6 to 8 months is worth every penny I lose on it. Because if it does and it swings back hard, I'll make not like thousands or hundreds, like millions, right? So the risk to reward is huge. I don't need a black swan. I just need a correction to a relatively fair valuation that could even be adjusted for inflation. I don't need a lot, right? VIX to 25, market back to 39, 38. I'm totally okay with that. Even market back to 4,000. VIX to 25, right? For every piece of improving data you can show me, I can show you 2 pieces of deteriorating data. Yeah, I agree. And over time, the market weighs. I mean, whether it seems like it never will again, or you know, in the short term, you know, there's exuberance and enthusiasm, it will fade. And I've got all the time in the world to wait for it to do that. But if your hypothesis is correct, can't the banks float the stock market up forever based on zero DTE? No, absolutely not. It has diminishing returns. It has diminishing returns and it carries massive tail risk. If you can tell me there'll never be a tail risk event in the next 10 years, then I'd say sure. New SPX all-time high in the next 6 to 8 months. That's fine, right? That doesn't mean I can't stay short. You don't have to like lose money holding a position. You can move. I mean, it's a lot of work, but you can move and you can average and you can just stay short and you can just keep staying short forever. Year, 2 years. I mean, I'll just keep doing it. I don't think we have that long, but I mean, if the Fed backstops and bails out banks, the market will still go down. I'm 5'2", Goric. Tell me about staying short forever. I think you're already an expert. What's a normal percent to keep short? I mean, my total short exposure between the market, Nvidia, and a couple other things, I think is about uh, almost 18% of my trading account. My like main trading account. Which I think is significantly over leveraged. I would prefer it was closer to about 10, but there's no way for me to scale it down at this point. Mostly because I won't. This is the staying short forever thesis with your current holding losing side of straddles. Also assume we get a little bit of chop to let you close those puts pseudo profitably. Well, I mean, I can sell puts against them first off right away. And then if they don't realize profitability or we move into a new trading range, I just close them. But I've already made more than their value on the call side, right? Does that include your VIX hedge? No, but that's not really a short position, right? That's just like it moves in implied volatility, and that's just constantly rolling. It is a little down because VIX is so low, but if I get a chance to roll it over with VIX in this range, and I did get to roll some over the other day when we spiked up. Then I get my VIX position really cheap for the next like 9 months. So I'm rolling that loss off on VIX spikes, but VIX needs to go like above 15 for me to roll forward some of those contracts. And then usually I have a limited amount of time to do it. But I did get some the other day when we spiked. The rest I've got, about between 90 and 120 days to roll over. The boomer stock port is just like long holdings. That's not my trading account. I have like 5 trading accounts. I have one that I sell like 30 DTE condors on. I have one that I primarily use for like straddles and strangles. And then I have one where I do like most of my like spread selling and directional positioning. And then I have the 2 WeBull accounts, which are basically just bullshit YOLO accounts. Oh, and I have my covered calls account, which is a little bit of the dividend port. I sell covered calls there too, but not as many. 30 DT condors on indexes, yeah. It's not great, but it's decent yields. Are they all with different brokers? No. 2 of them are IBKR. All my GME is in Fidelity, which is pretty much all I have in Fidelity, I think. I have some Devon Energy in there too. My dividend shit's mostly in Vanguard, which is why I don't sell a lot of covered calls against it. Any reason those accounts are separated by strategy? Easier to manage and easier to psychologically avoid risk. Is there a ticker to invest in US Treasuries? There's a bunch. Like TLT? Can I ask what you do on the 30 DTE Condor strat? If you can't figure it out, no. I've been doing more boring, responsible stuff on camera because people need to learn to do boring, responsible stuff. Do you open straddles at the beginning of the week? Usually every night. Do you have an interest in sponsoring an artist in residency program out of the Long Beach headquarters? Absolutely fucking not. I just insufferably bitch about you being irresponsible, but I'm irresponsible with like such tiny capital allocations. I gotta have some fun. Testing. 1, 2. Ooh, this would be a good time for me to enter another leg of this if I'm going to. So risky. How much is the bull side of this? It's just garbage is the problem. Oh, that's actually cheap as fuck. Hold on. But I can't close it. Hmm. There's the test. The futures volume really sucks here, though. So, fail? So I'll buy another one of these, and then I'll get a 45.05. Okay. Why isn't that filling? $45.05, 10, 10, $45.05. 350. It's funny watching sentiment around continuous failures to break 4,500 increase bearishness. It's like everyone forgets it's easy to pump towards the end of the day with cheap calls. All they have to do is wait out the bears. It's a bull market, guys. Jeez. They have to wait out they have to beat the bulls, the decay of bullishness. It's not the bears. There's no fucking bears. The Bears are at like 44.25. It's the Bulls they have to beat. No, the rejection's not hard enough yet. Hmm. Russell started to pull back. And Fubo lost its momentum. I'm gonna fucking hate myself if this breaks up and I didn't buy a hedge. But 370? What do you think, Doric? 4,500 or 4,505? For the long call. I think this is gonna fail. So I don't really want to buy it at all, but how bullish are you? Not very. I know they have to get through the call wall at 4505 though. Yeah. I'm gonna wait a little bit because it's so choppy and see if I can get a cheaper entry on it. But 4505, because I only need it to hit close at 4510, and I'm fully hedged. And I only reduce my profitability to the downside by 10% on the 4505, but I reduce it by like almost 15 with the 45. Hmm. The dork has spoken. Yeah, but if this fails back to 40, like 49.95, then I can get the 45 for the same price, which is way better. For Seymour, Fubo ups or she spent? Momentum got killed. That doesn't mean it can't turn back around, but for now, I mean, it doesn't look great. Falling below $3 is bad. It's gonna kill the weeklies and stuff, right? Has today's pump been a follow through from yesterday's pump CPI number? Oh yeah. They've been setting this up since like Tuesday. Hmm. When is PPI? It was this morning. Who took over Tom Lee's body? For credibility's sake, the Fed has to follow through with the July hike, says Funstrat's Tom Lee. Who gives a shit what he says? What was PPI? Down. Down. 0.1. Well, month over month was up, but year over year was down. 0.1, 0.1 and then 1.1? Right? I don't remember. No one cares about PPI. Point one and 0.1. Month over month, year over year. Core is still up, but that's not really moving super quick. Gherk, any bears left? Depends where you look. Today is a 52-week high. How much more does it have to go? How much more up does it have to go? I mean, it can just go up more, right? Are you talking about the market? Can we please finally go down? Well, we're rejecting here a bit. It does not have momentum yet, but it looks kind of good. But like strong rejection, not like ooh 44.95. Wow, such downside. Strong rejection's a different story. Looks like Ripple won the SEC case. Oh shit. That's kind of cool actually. I think I have some of that shit somewhere. It's gonna rip. Oh god, I gotta find out what wallet I have that in. What effect does Dixie have on indexes? I'm not sure I understand the relationship between the value of the dollar and like and what? Companies make their profits in dollars, C-Mill. They also spend dollars and receive dollars. We count their performance in dollars. And companies that trade in international markets or do business in them are converting local currency to dollars and vice versa. Some companies make profits in dollars. Jimmy does not. What aspect of it don't you understand? It's not directly related to like equity prices. Like it's not like Dixie up, Dixie down, stocks down. It's also relative to the value of the dollar against international currencies. There are correlations, but Dixie 95 by the end of year. Do you just want the world to burn? I knew I loved you. I still don't know how we ever got to the 1618 GME PT. Who's actually buying? Poor people. Where's the $23 support coming from? Leaps? There's a bunch of leaps at 22. It's not really at 23. Big sniping due to sold calls closing or puts being bought. That's a good question. We won't know yet. If we break up really fast, then we will. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that hedge, huh? Lame. At least I bought it on a down tick. There's a $1 spread on the one DTE 4500 44.95. Yeah, 44.95 is not a very popular strike. We bought the hedge boys. It's about to dump. I fucking hope so. But if it doesn't, I don't care. Or you top ticked it? Maybe. I mean, the 44.95 is way more illiquid than 4500, unquestionably. I'm trying to call WeBull USA. Okay. The Genie support comes from a line I drew on the chart a while back. I was at birthday dinner last night, went up to pay, and Bloomberg was on. I found myself watching future pricing and having at least some idea of what I saw. What have you done to my brain? Probably fucked it up irretrievably. How do you square your BTC bearishness with the largest asset manager in the world's bullishness? Do you think Larry Fink will fail? No. That's not the word I used, Brett. I don't think Larry Fink gives a fuck about BTC. I don't either. I think Larry Fink just wants to collect fees from retail. Yep, and use them to buy more assets at the bottom. Good enough projection to pile into SPX bits? No. Do you feel a dump squirt coming on? Maybe. VIX keeps ticking, and we're not moving up in a manner that suggests that sold calls are being pulled back rapidly. So, ooh, I'm hungry. Hmm. I'm gonna eat something today. I think I forgot to have dinner last night. Did I? Um, Give me 1 second. Is there more data due out today? I don't think anything important. There's a Fed speaker at some point, but I think it's after market close. Yeah. There's some auctions. Those are done. 8-week came in 5.23, 4-week 5.21, up 3 and 6 basis points, respectively. Mortgage rates are up. 30 years almost at 7%. There's a 30-year bond auction at 1 o'clock. And then there's a monthly budget statement, which no one's going to give a flying fuck about. And Waller speaks at 6:45. Volume? Looks like stop loss hunting. I guess I'll find out after I get lunch. I'll be back, guys. Give me like some minutes. Still nothing? If SPX would drop like 300 points, that would be great. That'd be pretty cool. I got stop loss hunted, so there's that. I'm sorry to hear that. It seems like you could just re-enter immediately, though, because the price hasn't changed very much. No? Is it going to go down? I don't know. Maybe. Looks like it. I think what's important here is that it's not going up a lot. Express holders approved the reverse split. Better to re-enter after the reverse split or here before the reverse split. It'll probably get shorted pretty hard after it reverse splits. But it also might pump really hard before it gets shorted really hard. Usually when they're announced, they don't have that much of an effect, but they can. Maybe $1 express calls? Not for the reverse split. Also, they approved the reverse split a while ago. I have Jan 17, 25, 25 express $1 calls. Well, you can keep them and exercise them or get rid of them. It's up to you. But the options chain on them will become, like, the liquidity will become very, very dry, very, very fast. Generally speaking, unless you intend to exercise whatever fraction of shares you can get out of the contract at a later date, you're usually better off just closing them. If you want to exercise, then it's fine. They didn't announce, as far as I know, they didn't announce I think they announced the range of the ratio, which was like 10 or 30, or between 10 and 30. And then they announced they didn't announce the date either, just the approval. I think. I can't remember, though, so double check that. What's the thesis on Express? Mostly, it's not going bankrupt. That's really what they have going for them. Outside of that, I mean, they just bought Bonobos. They're trying to move into more e-commerce representation because malls are dying. It could benefit them in the long run. They got a very good deal on Bonobos. They paid much, much less than Walmart had. Lame. I prefer buying into bankrupt or near bankrupt companies. Well, it's priced like it's going bankrupt. This marks day 65 of me asking when down. But what about the days where we went down? Does Express have a retail stock cult following? Not that I'm aware of. But if it were to go up in price, probably. Like, I would say if it goes from its current price to $5, it would have a stock cult following. Check DMs. Fuck is this? I'm not. I have to download this? Well, I'm glad you've found, once again, gainful employment. I will be sure to. You know what? This time I'm not going to sell or send your boss the videos of you. I wish you the best of luck with your new job, Darth. Congratulations on the bottle of whatever kind of wine that is. And you're looking a bit slimmer. Nice. They're pricing down the puts. Or selling them. Where can I watch Darth chug wine? Probably in his house, I would imagine. I've gained like 25 pounds. You're wearing it well. Express's revenue not a concern. Not unless they don't turn it around. They're very well capitalized right now. I wrote DD on this. You can go read it. There's lots of concerns. It's a 70-cent stock. I just got back and heard 70-cent stock. Are we talking about Express? You know it. What does Express do? They sell clothes. What do you think about an August 18th strangle at like 750, 700 for BlackRock earnings? Why do you think such a big move? They sell awful clothes. They can fix that. But I don't disagree. Is this going to grind up until OPEX? And unless we get SLD, it could. Although I feel like up today is kind of a strong word. The gap up, yeah, but the rest of it's kind of questionable. SPX 5,000 end of day. I don't care what the market does today. $5,000, 44.50. I'm okay with either one. If I want to sell Fubo shares at 150, do I sell puts or buy them, then exercise? Excuse me? Like, you want to buy shares of Fubo at 150 now? He's got the contracts backwards, but I'm more trying to get to the core idea or behind this. Thanks for the express thesis. Do you have a price target range? Worth more than it is now. If you want the DD, it's in the Discord. I looked at the Express website. At first glance, there's a few things I'd wear, but I wouldn't pay what they're asking. Probably a good sign, really. Yeah. They need to fix their product line badly. But they have money to do it. I make 45.15 the last gap to fill on SPX, or have I missed any since the top in Jan? Um, I don't think there's a gap to fill at 45.15. Okay. 45.12? Is that the one you're talking about? From the wick on the April 21st. There's another gap on March 22nd. At 46.27. Can you make an argument for only more upside for the rest of the day? They squeeze out the 4,500 and 4,505 short calls. Then we rocket to 45.25, probably. Or at least try to get very close to it. It's the new Netflix? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's better than trying to sell clothes in an empty mall. No problem, Fuzzy Bear. The longer we stay here, the more bearish it gets, since we aren't breaking 4,500 with a lot of volume. Yeah. Can you please tell NDX to be a bit more chill? NDX is never chill. Would you stop trading that volatile piece of shit? Just trade NQ. Have you had the super fun experience of NDX not tracking wicks on NQ? That's my fucking favorite. Was that some call capitulation? Maybe. I mean, maybe like in the money call capitulation. Probably not out of the money because, well, all of those are at 4,500. Maybe some got stopped out, but probably not a lot. Rocket Lab up 10% today. Cool. It's not used clothing, I don't think. $44.25 today. I just bought some lotto tickets. JK. Are you? Or are you serious? What's the gamma max for meta? Hold on. If I remember correctly, it's like way the fuck up there. Actually, we're not that far from it. Gamma max is 310. Yeah, 310, 311, 50. Right in there. I prefer my clothes to be lightly marinated. In what? Pretty excited for SLD and OPEX next week. I'm not. Oh fuck, Dork, wake up. It's crossover day number 2. Crossover day number 2 has happened. Where's Dork? Oh, okay, there you are. Send me a screenshot. No problem. Hmm. Well, you know what? In that case, I'm going to celebrate with some riskier positioning. What? Did you see what I made on the straddle this morning? It's okay. I've almost made back yesterday's losses entirely. And if we close above 45.05 or 44, close below 44.90, I will. Did you open an inverse iron condor on the small account or straight straddle? One DTE straddle. The overnight pump seemed pretty obvious. I'm going to overpay for this right now. But it's mine. Netflix, Nvidia, Spy, all same price. Woo, the moons are in alignment. First cassette tape I ever bought with my money was Crisscross, totally crossed out. Nah, I don't know who that is. On sub. Was this another 20% port day? We'll find out. You mean lose 20% of it or gain? I'm trying to get out of this, out from under this blanket of oppression enforced with PDT. I mean, I've had a port account for like 7 days, and I've already joined a gang. Like, it's. What risky direction did you take? It's on the screen. Thoughts on NVIDIA after it hit 450? It didn't have too much success up here earlier today. It's probably going to lead to more covered call selling. The recovery was pretty slow. Um, if it breaks up above 40.50, they might pull back covered calls again, which would give you like a little, maybe like another like $5 bump. But I have a feeling with like this triple top here that they're just selling more of them. Let's see, they started pulling them back here. Then they sold them too low and got spooked out of them. I don't have the intraday OI for the strike, so I'm not entirely sure, but it's it's a risky point to take a position. Man, bulls suck. Welcome, Tour World. Here's your complimentary tiny spoon for digging yourself out of PDT Canyon. I don't know, I'm making pretty good progress. Figure a couple more weeks. I'm a little out of practice trading with no money. I don't like it. But I think the current cash balance on the account is like, well, total account value with open positions is like, I got it up to like 9. It's at like 9-ish right now. It was down to 7 yesterday, but it got some of that back. It's fun. Like it's really fun to try to like dodge PDT, but it's definitely shitty. Like I mean this bullshit where I can't sell like 100 spreads out of the money. Gross. Your inner degenerate is showing. It's not degenerate. It's the opposite, right?
You know, I'm like, ah, fuck. Normally, I'm like, ah, fuck, I'm gonna lose 3 grand on this trade or whatever, right? And then I'll just sell, you know, like 500 spreads, and then it's all good. I'm like, ah, I'll try again on the next one, you know. You're actually selling one DTE spreads in this volatility sometimes. I sold 5 DTE spreads on Nvidia at the beginning of this week. Then I closed the short calls when they started to look a little risky. And now I'm just long Nvidia at like 425 and 430. Money. Position was totally wrong. Complete shit, right? But you just buy back the short calls. Boom. Winning, right? Gherk still trusts the system to keep the market from moving more than 150 BPS in a day. No, but if it does, I'm okay, right? Like I can manage it. My tail risk hedge is more than sufficient, Dork. I care a lot about responsible tail risk hedging, unlike some other people. Are the SPX spreads super out of the money? Sometimes. XRP won its case against SEC. Rules not a security. Well, there go the ETFs. That'll be hard to get around. Your tail risk trading, I don't know. What? It's crazy. It's like winning and losing at the same time. Yeah. You've just got to keep the money printer on. That's really all this is all about. It doesn't matter if you're bullish or bearish or how you feel about things or what outcomes you think will happen. As long as you make money on them, irrelevant. It's like playing as Dhalsim in Street Fighter. Yeah, kind of. Are they gonna win or lose 45-32 on ES? It's really 45-30, and they're sure trying, right? Gotta give them props for trying. They just keep getting sucked back down to 45-30. The higher low is probably bullish. Although only moderately, and it's only on this candle, which could still fail. Where does one obtain ink for said money printer? Well, labor, I'd assume. Some sort of paid labor. And that gets you your initial batch of ink. And then your goal is to get more ink over time. Use your ink to take other people's ink? Yeah, Wendy's is a form of labor. You could even work like front of house and then back of dumpster interchangeably. 2 paychecks. Are you using your ink to take our ink? I don't know. Are you long at 44.95? What about working twice as hard behind the dumpster? Well, I mean, eventually you're going to have to put some money into advertising, right? It's not like there's just an endless stream of customers showing up behind the Wendy's dumpster. You got to generate the demand. Now, word of mouth works, but eventually you're going to want to take it to the next level. 2 dumpsters? That's ambitious. Delight your customers. What did the man mayo bull on my hands from behind the dumpster get on the real mayo in the Wendy's burgers? No one will know the difference. Forming a little bit of a head and shoulders here. Ooh. Healthcare costs are the limiting factor on dumpster work. Do you know what a VD swab costs these days? It's outrageous. You know, until you've got 2 dumpsters going, you've really got to forego any kind of self-care. This isn't fucking Europe. Goddamn communists. What are you thinking about Fubo? I think it lost its momentum. People are sad and selling their calls. Some of us Dans are able to live off of 1 dumpster easily. Thank you, Gerg. Yeah, but not everyone lives in the middle of nowhere. What about a viral advertising campaign? 2 dumpsters, 1 Dan. Here's the deal. If you want to split the profits with me, 75-25 in my favor. I'll get you a couple extra dumpsters. Maybe avoid using the term viral marketing. Yeah. I'm new poor. The Dan's got a head start on most of us poors and have established territories. Yeah, yeah, it's true. And they're pretty violent about defending them. Maybe try to find a McDonald's or a Burger King. I mean, the profits aren't going to be as high, but tell me there's no buyers up here without telling me the pumpers are the only buyers. I'm about to blow your mind, Lawrence. What if the pumpers are the sellers? Stop it, we're not ready. Whoa. Are the dumpsters to hide the act, or are they a landmark to gather customers? Both. I think it's really good that our society's taken a sex positive approach to sex work. It's gonna mean a lot a lot better conditions for people going into a drawn out recession. I do not pay for OnlyFans, nor would I ever. Zom completed deal buying Danbury and down on the day while oil up. Worth buying the dip. I know that you likely got stopped out. Probably. How much did it drop? I might not have. Oh yeah, I got stopped out. Lame. It'll probably recover. Oil's still moving up. Why would people be sad? This is bullish. Ooh, I'm gonna buy more. Zom to 130. Ah, the company I own just picked up another revenue stream. I should sell. Nonsense. Haven't tuned in until now today. Any thoughts on QQQ's direction? Isn't it like long-term resistance? Do you like HBM? Because I do. Yeah, that's why I bought it and told everyone that I bought it. Do you think FSLR is headed to 100? Eventually? It could. It seems excessive. I could see like maybe 150 given enough time. And that a lot of that's going to just depend on how much they invest into building up more infrastructure and manufacturing capacity. I'm not like bearish on the company. I'm more bearish on their financial conditions and like the over exuberance of investors. But maybe like 150 to 125 over like the next year and a half. I lost $1,000 on SPX 0 DTs today. How? Seriously, what did you buy? Ooh. Cowboy hat? That's really? Lots of 0 DTE 4490s. Did you buy them at 4492? Yeah, I know where you got stopped out. Think your stop might have been a little loose? Let's not discuss the details. All right. Popcorn gonna popcorn. Yeah. I wish he wouldn't, though. You got a baby on the way, man. You gotta... no oil. You're not trading oil. First of all, the second you go long on it, it's gonna drop. And the inverse is also true. I think he meant oil. So I'm trying to shill your natural gas in here, Dork. Why is SPX and VIX going up at the same time? Just enjoy it. Just enjoy it while it lasts. Could be short calls closing or long puts coming in. Could be short puts closing. That'd actually be really bearish. No, you can't inverse popcorn trader because then he'll make money. Do you guys not understand how level 2 chaos works? Here's the deal. So popcorn trader goes long SPX at 44.90. Hold on. Want him to have proper representation. So he goes long SPX 44.90. So SPX goes up to 4,500. Or he goes short, sorry. So SPX goes up to 4,500. He then cuts his short position. Goes long at 4,505. SPX now goes down to 44.90. Then you try to inverse his play by going short at 44.90. SPX bounces to 44.95 and closes the day there. So now you've lost. He's lost. And nobody's won. You did technically lose twice, but you had to lose the first time for someone to think it was a good idea to inverse you, right? Well, an MM somewhere is smiling. Yeah. All I know is I'm going to repossess JFresh's house. Wouldn't the MM win in that example? Not necessarily. For the MM, it's not about winning. It's about sending a message. But also winning. My poor Zom calls got smoked today. I got stopped out, but I'm going to buy back in if it recovers. It was Gork that sold them those contracts. Shh.
Loud. Are they just gonna start pricing SPX to 10x Nvidia's price? Interesting. Soon enough, yeah. What has you so excited? There's been a very clear shift in mood. Oh, I'm massively overcaffeinated today. They won the moment you bought it. I see you pulled that back. You don't give away the strategies. You need to remember to close the Craigslist listing after you've sold your SPX spreads. Yeah, but then people are going to call me and be like, hey, is this still for sale? And I can be like, no. Sometimes I just post shit on Craigslist that isn't even for sale, so I can hear the hype and hope drain out of people's voices over the phone. You guys don't do that? Strange. You monster. Just items that are in like high demand. And then like under market, I always list them under market price. I'm gonna start listing AI generated images of fake stuff. Things that don't even exist in this dimension. Pretty clear inverse head and shoulders. It's actually not. There's no pull, there's no right, like, there's no other shoulder. It's just like a bullish reversal. Not everything's a fucking head and shoulders. No head? It's got no other shoulder. Let's call it the Lance Armstrong. You monster. Cheat to win. Zero DT is same like performance enhancing drug. I thought we were calling it the Lance Armstrong because the market is getting juiced to fucking back. Well, mostly because head and shoulders or inverse head and shoulders look like a dick and balls, right? But this one's only got one ball, so it's like, and then flat, you know. Can't believe I had to explain that. I need my 0 DTE 4600 SPX calls to print.
Looks like you're losing money 2 days in a row. Dixie can't catch a break. Yeah, it looks like the dollar is going to fall to its actual value. It's -1. Edgy cancer humor? Okay, listen, Tough Loaf. It's definitely been long enough. Nvidia broke 450. Cool. Tesla smashing through 275. Pumping everything. Thoughts on Wall? Looks like it topped out at this level a few times. What if I don't want to answer? Yeah, probably just not going to move higher unless earnings is good. SPX to 1200 end of day. No. I wish, but no. I'd make a lot of money if that happened. No reason. I only revel in natural schadenfreude. Manufacturing your own through Craigslist might come with some karma. I have tons of karma. Have you seen my Reddit account? I can afford it. I knew I was saving that up for something. You crushed your swim yesterday? Bike ride this morning wasn't horrible. Are you ready for the run tonight? Whatever we need to do to achieve your goals, Popcorn Trader. VIX almost back to flat on the day. Yeah, it is. Positioning doesn't look like it's changing very much. At least not on the 0 DTE side. There's a lot of repositioning going on, but it's not here. No one's really trading this. They don't care about this for some reason. Tips fedora. I should get a fedora. Do you think SGX is going to do anything? Probably not. Well, I mean, here's what I can tell you. It's either going to break up, down, or stay flat at 44.95 into close. One of those three outcomes is true. What's wrong with Dixie? Does it have a boo-boo? Yeah. When Evergrande implosion. Also, 100% believe we're going on a moon mission tomorrow. Maybe it is Friday. People do like to buy 0 DTs on Friday. Why do you open yourself up to criticism like that? Like what? Newsboy greater than Panama plus Fedora? Fuck. What if an asteroid crashes on the exchange? That'd be cool. Up, down, or sideways? So controversial. Be careful. I mean, I don't know who's gonna win. Like, there's no indication. We're literally stuck in the middle. So I've positioned for the middle. You can do that, you know. You don't need up or down. Sell some shit. Sell both things. One of them will be right. You assume. Gold seems unimpressed with the Dixie movement today. Silver's eating it up, though. Gold was running really hard overnight. Hit a bit of resistance at 1960 again, though. That doesn't rhyme, popcorn trader. I'm really good at selling the side that pumps. So maybe you need to not do that. If you sell both, you can't be wrong, right? Well, you could. Then it just won't pump. It won't pump or dump. I held the door for someone at the gas station. He gave me a box of snacks, peanut butter crackers, and pretzels. Life rules sometimes. I don't think I'd eat those. I mean, you do you, but we don't all have access to insider trading info from BlackRock like you do. I'm the inside trader. Especially today, because I'm kind of straddled. ChatGPT isn't that bad. It's not good either. We have that on record. Okay. And came up with an SPX song, Living on a Prayer. Did it? Was that the chorus? Because it's terrible. With every candlestick that rises, we break through resistance lines, trading with conviction in this market so divine. Careful. You're going to piss off the New Jerseyans. Is the dollar crashing? Yes. Can we get Terran for hire to write "The Bears are back in town"? I would never, ever, ever advocate the violation. Hold on one second. Where was I? Thin Lizzy? Oh, yeah. Gurk, it's time for your annual review. How many GME calls did you sell to your constituency last year? Not many. Most people were bullish when I was bullish, and they were bearish when I was bearish. It wasn't until this year that people started probably buying my calls. But they don't tell me who's on the other side, so I have no idea. You're buying my puts. I don't own any puts on GME. Why is Dork doing this to the US dollar? He bought a bunch of Bitcoin. I mean, whoops, I wasn't supposed to say anything. I'm sorry, Dork. My secret DD is ruined. Jesus fucking Christ. Is this the same guy? One second. Is all of this consolidation at the tip bullish? Could be. Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin your secret DD. Damn, my 75k port down to 10k. How'd you do that? It's only been like one day. Did you full port Fubo at $3.25? My last 10k all to deep underwater NVIDIA 2025 puts. Well, you got time. I'm not paying a dime over MSRP. No, the delivery driver got stuck in the elevator because he didn't have a key fob. If the insider gives you information about their stock and you trade on it not being an insider, is that also illegal? It starts to get very gray. It can be. One DTE 4485, 4500, bear call spread. Big dumb. Sounds dumb. It's called friend cider trading. It doesn't apply if you're in Congress. First get elected to public office. How many of those 13K, 713, $3 calls on Fubo do you think are sold? Some? You mean 714? Oh, okay. Jimmy being crimed so hard since I chased it, and now holding bags. Why did you chase it? I was pretty clear about my bearishness. Do you not trust my analysis? Rude. Because I'm an idiot. Uh, Historically, chasing $1 bounces on GME has not been a profitable endeavor. I like one share of a company that did a reverse split, and Fidelity rounded it up to a whole share. That was nice of them. That can happen. If you have like fractional shares or just one share. I did full port this time, so let them bring down the price. Alright. Megaphone? No. You talking about this little thing here? That's also not a megaphone. Why won't it die, Dad? Well, I'm gonna go with 50% of people participating in the market want it to go up, and then 50% don't. How's that for an explanation? So if bearish institutions have just as much money as bullish institutions, why do they let the bulls run free? Because they have time. Or are they one of the ones selling the calls? Both. If 4,500 can't be fully crossed, do you foresee a breakdown into end of day? Yeah, there's a lot of 4,500 calls that need to close. And if they're not going to close in the money, they'll definitely want to close out of the money. Is there a name for a shorter dated, slightly out of the money call and an even further dated out of the money put? A calendar spread? Or a diagonal spread? When do you need to roll your puts? Um, I have a couple I need to roll next week. Because bulls are the default, it's not like most participants enter the market to be net short. That's correct. But it's also super bearish if half the market is in disagreement with the price going higher, right? You think we'll get another big overnight move tonight? Maybe. It's possible. Bears like to budget their belligerent bearish bets. Sometimes. If we close 44.95 or less tomorrow, looking more bearish than bullish, or zero DTE pumpers can't be stopped. Well, they're really easy to stop if they're not making any progress. I got a new OLED monitor yesterday. I'm watching you in HDR for the first time. Your cheeks are looking extra rosy now. Thank you so much. It's really kind of you. Express is 7 cents closer to hitting my $4.20 price target. Only $3.40 to go. Alliteration for MOASS. They're just disagreeing because they want to continue buying for as low as possible, as long as possible, right? Yeah. Will rebalancing NASDAQ affect QQQ? Down due to participants leaving it. Yes. They're rebalancing the NASDAQ 100, which is QQQ. The value of it should stay the same, but it won't, right? Because there's ETFs and mutual funds that track that index. Yawn. Fuck, man. The video's at 51. I kind of want to sell some bear spreads on it. I know it's super fucking greedy, but it's so tempting. What's the yield on this? $55, 60, 60, 65 is 63 cents. Someone ko-fi me? One more hour until calls become cheap enough to pump this piece of shit. Fuck my life. Yeah, at least. Maybe an hour and a half. God, I want to do some degenerate shit here. 65.70. That's kind of garbage. $55.60 is 24% return on risk. That's just worse than SPX. So SPX tomorrow. Ooh. That's kind of nice. That's 30%. This is sad. Oh, I should buy one more of these. Are we gonna hit all-time high on SPX? We're really far away from that. That's like everything we've gone up since March all over again. It's pretty far. Double Head and Shoulders? No? How cool would a close below 44.45 be? That'd be pretty cool. What do you think of Hut, Mara, and Riot running consistently for a few days? Hasn't Bitcoin been pumping? Bullard stepping down in August. Oh, that's bearish. The word you're looking for is running away. Why do we get the liquidity bottleneck in October? I haven't seen any new vids other than the live stream. Is the market so boring, or have we really covered everything? I still love the stream, man. I don't know. I just haven't been making a lot of videos. because I hate making them. Although I did clip some shit yesterday, but it's not really about the market. Thanks, grease nipples. Fed members resigning is bullish as fuck. That means we can get a Latino. Oh shit. That changes everything. That's super bullish. Why won't Upstart drill to the depths of despair? It's gonna take a lot of time. And most crashes happened in October. Actually, most of them happened in like Feb and March. What are you doing, Step Vix? I don't even have Vix on the screen. Are you talking about NVIDIA? Oh shit. Pumps. Am I prepared for this? Yes. It finally did a thing. Ugh. Q, what a boring day. Still kind of boring. Could get more interesting. If we were to get a true correction, how quickly on average do they occur? Pretty fast. You get like a 100+ BPS a day for a couple days. So bears are all dead. I don't know. They didn't get rid of the 4505 calls yet. But they might. Was the Latino comment considered racist? I've long been an advocate for adding Latino economists to the Fed Board of Presidents. Bears are the new bulls. Bears are more bullish than the bulls are. I don't know what you're talking about, Grant. If they don't close all the 4,500 stuff, are we pumping more tomorrow? We could, yeah. I don't know what the positioning looks like for tomorrow yet. Yeah, I know Bullard's stepping down. How are bears more bullish than bulls? Because bears will say things like SPX to all-time highs. SPX is going to 4,600 by the end of next week. SPX will never stop going up. The only direction stocks go is up. And then bulls will say things like, I don't know, maybe we get 45.25 today. That'd be cool. Cool that we broke 4,500. You know, they're just not as over the top. Do you think HBM breaks 550 on this push? I mean, I hope so. They're trying to use reverse psychology. Do you see SPX going for 5,000 this year? Would be ridiculous. On the back of what? Like, where does the value come from to support that? Yeah, Tom Lee called for 5,000 last year too. If he says it enough over 10 years, he'll probably be right at some point. Nvidia is wild. I mean, Nvidia pushed back above 40.50, so everyone's going to pull their sold calls off and then sell them again. Which is what I said earlier when it went to retest 450. SPX broke resistance, and then all these things broke resistance. No shit. So what you're saying is that the market's getting more and more divergent from its actual value, Jellison? I didn't say you can't buy calls. I just said it's not worth 4,500. It's definitely not worth 5,000. You can buy as much as you want, right? That doesn't mean it's going to be worth that, or it's going to sustain that value. I was reacting to on what grounds would we go to 5,000? I mean, do you have any? Just to say like it happened before doesn't mean it's valid. Values inverse my purchases all too often. How high can SPX go today? Like 45.25 if it keeps pushing. Thank you so much, Squamsk. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. And give Squamsk a shout out or some belly rubs. Maybe scritches. That's what he's into. Maybe Ukraine is taking our money and buying SPX calls. Fubo needs to stay over 3 to test 325 again. Yeah, that would be helpful. What I mean to say is that I did the mistake to not believe we would go to 4,500. I don't think we'll go to 5,000, but I won't make the mistake to believe it's impossible. You shouldn't. That'd be ridiculous. Never underestimate how irrational a market can be. It's like one of the first things I ever said on this stream. It's not time yet, but it feels like Power Hour Rocket is here. It's a bit early. It's like is this an Elon Musk launch? Through practice, your weakness becomes your strength. Shitpost wholeheartedly, but believe in me who believes in you. Thanks, man. 5,000. I thought we bought 12,000 Cs for Delta. Right? It's the ultimate hedge. VIX going up indicate that sold calls are getting squeezed out? Maybe. It could also indicate more puts are being bought. I don't think the 4505s are getting squeezed out just yet. It's a little early. Probably starting to pressure the 4500s though a bit here. At this rate, those 12,000 C are going to be a value play. I expect at some point it'll be worth more than I bought it for. How are yields doing? I can't look. I'm on mobile. Exxon Mobil, that is. Ha! Not well. The 5 years down 344 basis points. And the dollar's quickly heading to like 99.5. Yen's doing big fucking ups. When J-Pow start to sweat about Dixie? He's already sweating. Dork, how would you feel about one? Like, how hard do they need to go to bring the dollar back now? They need to go pretty hard, right? Because they have to be able to offset the demand in treasuries. I think 0.5 by surprise would staunch the bleeding for a bit. I don't think it's enough. They gotta reverse it. They can't just stem the bleed. It's actually spiraling, right? Yellen gonna reverse split the dollar, point 0.5 rate, point 0.5 and raise the target rate. Volker, Volker, Volker. An emergency cut could buoy the dollar too. He could go either way. Both are ridiculously bearish. He can stop the flow of money into treasuries, right? Is the pump gonna continue tomorrow? Well, let's see if it persists through today first. Maybe? Yeah, but the yields will diminish. So you get a big burst, right? You get your crash and then it doesn't continue. If you keep raising rates, you don't nip it in the bud, right? You just perpetuate it more. You might cool it off in the short term, but it'll just kick back up again. No, the banks are strong resilient. He didn't say anything about the dollar. Now is the time to enter 4490Ps? No. Too soon. Zero DTEs. I'm doing it. No one's gonna stop you. I have some August SPY 440Ps. I'm planning on rolling, but I wonder if I'll have a better opportunity to do so in the next week. Maybe. We've got, SLD and OPEX. We got the Fed rate decision coming the week after that. So there's a lot of stuff in between now and then. Okay, my brokerage app froze, so I'm going to take that as divine intervention. Hmm. Jesus fucking Christ. Is this the hardest drop in the dollar since November? It was Squamsk. Is Popcorn Trader gonna win? I don't know. Only if you inverse him. When do you think Nvidia will begin pulling back for real? Never. I mean, when they fail to hit their earnings projections. Can you explain what went well for Nvidia on their last earnings call? What makes them so bullish? Well, they announced a bunch of earnings as on the books that are for sales that have not yet been completed. If they complete those sales, then they're on track to announce more earnings this quarter that haven't been fulfilled. That's probably going to become problematic for their valuation over the next few quarters. But until they miss, just up. Jensen Huang, same like Bill Huang. Maybe. I bought two NVIDIA 500 call for next week. They were worth 28. Now they're 105. Yeah, they go up really fast. I promise I will sell 1 billion worth of Etsy trinkets this quarter. Please invest. Did they have good or bad earnings last quarter despite bullish guidance? Their year over year earnings were not good, but they met projections with some very, very fancy accounting and reallocation of big fat bags of inventory. But I don't think it's sustainable. Options is a strategic investment is mad heavy in info and a lot to absorb. Do you have any good tips or advice to better grasp the material? Use it as a reference book. If there's a strategy that you want to test or do, look it up, read about it, and then attempt to implement it in paper trading before attempting to implement it in real life. That way you don't get overwhelmed with the material. Because I guess I could see that. It's a lot. It's very dense. Breaking news: Margot Robbie is attractive. Fair. Anything selling off on that drop? A little early to tell, but some 4500s got stopped out. I'm more interested in what happens if it drops under 4500. Is the Nvidia straddle at earnings likely to be profitable like last time? I can see a big drop, but what can they say that can either cause it to go up or stagnate? I mean, if they miss earnings by a sufficient amount, it would probably cause a very big drop. If they beat, it'll go up hard. Yeah, you could. I mean, the issue with an earnings straddle is you're going to pay a lot for IV when you enter the position. So you need a really big move. Strangles are probably better because you get a little bit of a discount even though you pay a little more for IV. I guess slightly worse earnings may lead to a less uh extreme outcome, but I mean they've promised so much, right, that if they can't deliver. They have 0 GTE 4485s. They're gonna print. They're only down 90%. 0 GTE 4485s. Like puts? Um okay. So you've just been carrying them all day? Why didn't you just cut them earlier and re-enter later? I mean, you're not in a great position. You're in a good position if this breaks down, but it may not. I guess 4505 held, but they can just try to pressure it again. Hmm. I'm going to break down. The book is 1,001 pages long. I found the trick is to read page one and then pretend like the rest is like every other college textbook, best consumed via YouTube cliff notes. Oh, come on. That's no. What's up, Gaff? Quick Gert, draw a trend line to stop it retesting 4405. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Sorry, dude. Whoever made money by reading and following sound investment advice, there aren't nearly enough purple circles in the 6th edition. Fair. Although you could draw in your own. Dixie wrecked. How do you feel about the dollar crashing, Gaff? I've tried to listen to audiobooks describing spreads, and without the chart to see it, just becomes difficult trying to make the mental image, especially while driving. Unfortunately, I've purged my home of all purple markers or crayons on the principle alone. I don't think I have very many purple things in my house. I mean, besides my cape, but I'm not getting rid of that. It's crushed velvet and it's custom. So, I think most of this pump is fueled by the Dixie dying. Yeah, nothing makes stocks hotter than the dollar crashing. Bullard stepped down immediately. Oh boy. What's J-Pow about to do? I thought it was August 14th. Give it to me straight. Is Fubo over? I'd imagine if it can hold 3, it can keep going, or sell CC now. I mean, if it can hold 3, it might keep going. Gaff is being strangely silent about the dollar crash, which has me concerned. J-Bow needs to hire a guy named Beard. Bullard's resignation as president and chief executive is effective immediately. He will remain an advisor to the bank until August 14th, the St. Louis Fed said in a statement. Interesting. Bullard's put's about to print, so he retired. Lucky guy. I mean, I feel like this is something worth paying attention to. Yeah, he's currently a voting member. Oh no, he rotated out at the beginning of this year. Sorry. Yeah, he rotated out. So not a voting member. Collins and Bullard rotated out, and George. Huh. Okay, Popcorn. Now I can draw you a line that doesn't go to 4405 or 4505. There you go. Thank God. It wasn't Popcorn Trader? Oh. Hmm. He'll be leaving the bank to become dean of the Mitchell E. Daniels Jr. School of Business at Purdue. Huh. Getting in that revolving door early. Let me guess. The dean of Mitchell E. Daniels Jr. School of Business at Purdue is allowed to trade as many securities as he would like. Give it to me straight, Gurk. Did you have relationships with that woman? I don't know. Are you talking about the mustache woman? Why are you trying to blindside me? Encouraged to, in fact? No ethical concerns there. Doesn't seem like it. J-Pow gonna retire at the bottom? Well, I can tell you one thing. He didn't leave to buy the top. How's your COVID girlfriend doing? Not girlfriend. Fine. September 15, 315 NVIDIA puts, or 530 the fuck? They're not cheap. Market maker's not bullish either. They know how to read balance sheets. Is that who we heard leaving your apartment that one morning? To be honest, I'm still sad about it. No. I don't I don't think. Who did you hear leaving my apartment? Uncertainty in long-term yields due to movements in China-Russia markets has come to roost eventually. Plus, historically, ABS markets downtrend in midsummer due to fiscal year uncertainty. This is more true given macro conditions. Bear time? The the spiral between long-term yields, oil, and dollar value is only crypto is bullish. I mean, it will be if the dollar crashes. At least briefly, until people buy gold. Are we sure Gurk isn't the Central Park pigeon lady from Home Alone streaming live from the park? No. There's no way you could be sure of that. It's below 99.80. Okay, you're way too focused on it. I can't talk to you when you're like this. You're looking hella thick today. Keep up the good work. Thanks, McConnerberry. I'm trying. I ate breakfast and lunch. Yes, Gresham and Thiers, my favorite basic and most proven economic principle. I can talk about the 1030 inversion all day if you'd prefer. Are you gonna do it while also announcing the tick by tick price of the Dixie? In which case, yes, I'm in. Spoiler, they're not inverted anymore. No shit. Gaff ignoring your dollar question like he's ignoring my Cardano losses. 1 sec. I made $20 today. Nice. I'm babysitting my friend's cats. It's like Vietnam over here. Ha. Does dollar dropping affect bond yields? Well, it makes treasuries more desirable. So you get like a situation where people are hoarding other currencies, right? So like going like long yen, long yuan, right? And spending dollars because the dollar's dropping in value. And that drives the dollar down further, which then leads to higher oil prices and lower bond yields. Yields are inversely related to currency value. I mean, equities are pumping on some news, like bullish news from CPI, right? That's most of how we got up here in the first place. And localized positioning. So you get a feedback loop, right? You get like dollar down means oil up, right? And it also means treasuries. How do I do treasuries? I'll do like a little treasure chest. Treasury yields. Down. And this just can keep spiraling. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. What? What about it? Camel, camel. Equity also propped artificially by some ballsy or forced IPO positioning due to possible liquidity issues brought on by market constriction and interest reclamation. Yeah, market's gone crazy. Fun times. Thank God CBOE gave everyone 0 DTEs back in October, right? I should buy some of their stock. Do we think SAX is going to have an SLD this time around based on how hard it ran these last few weeks? Sorry if this is a dumb question. If we see an SLD, I think the pump is done. How long are you going to ride that Tesla wave? When is the crash prediction? No, I don't know. It's coming, right? I've got a lot of puts. Musk's MS loans are coming up, and he's spending like $1 million a month on in interest alone. Jesus. I have some short positions on Tesla. Mostly like bear call spreads though. CBOE cares for the little guy. Yeah. Are BTU calls good right now? If you want to go long on coal? Will you be telling your grandkids about how you were there when the great crash happens? I'm not going to have grandkids. Oh man, my fucking allergies are heating up. What the fuck is going on? It looks like a window open or something. Nasdaq rebalancing tomorrow. Shouldn't the Mag 7 be going down now? It's rebalancing on the 24th. It starts tomorrow. It completes on the 24th before market open. SAX 4500C safe now and will close above it. Yeah, I was hoping for a test of 4490 today. Today's not over. Being quite the uppity little minx today. When we cement our domestic partnership, I'll be taking you down a peg for your tone this morning. Oh no, you'll be the one getting pegged, Surface Smurf. That's not how this works. Are you positive you don't have any already? No. No, I'm not. I just adopted you as my granddad. Gross. Can you warn us all about how even credit spreads can be dangerous to ports? Sincerely blown up port anon. Bluefire, if you fucking full port YOLO into anything, it's dangerous for your port. got a bunch of 454 SPY calls for Monday. Join the circus with me. These fools are gonna pump it again. I don't know. They're doing such a shitty job at it. I don't believe in them, you know? I don't think they've got what it takes. My head's gonna explode. One second. All right, we going up more? What's going on? Ugh. Guys can be cat ladies too, if that's your goal. 45.15 end of day. Let's fucking go. Oh no, did you buy calls? Don't ruin this for me. $45.05, 20. 45, 10, 25. Hmm. Holy fuck, calls are expensive. The other one was better. Hmm. Hold on. Ooh. So that's kind of interesting. $45.05. Hmm. Oh, that's the wrong stock. There we go. Was pump sustainable or dumpies? No, it's kind of sustainable. I don't think the 45.05 has been squeezed out yet, but we're starting to squeeze out. I think the 4500s, like the sold calls. At this point, we're very likely to close above 4500. Good 0 DTE straddle day if we stagnate for a bit. Maybe towards the end of the day. But only if there's like call. You're banking on call capitulation, pulling it down, or more calls coming in to push it up. Gamma starts to fall off a bit here right now, so let's see if we get some more out of the money interest. A little bit at 45.15. 45.25 has a ton of interest, but not for today. Like, not on the 0 DTE side. Tomorrow? A lot for tomorrow. 17.2 million. And then decent amount on the 21st. 25.08. So plenty of gamma. 73 total at the 525 strike. I think if we clear 45.10, we're gonna see 45.25. Peep my milestone. What are you doing, Ben? If there ever comes a day when we can't be together, keep me in your heart. I'll stay there forever. Pooh. Nice, Ben. How much further until we start talking about the JPM collar again? It's at 46.70, I think. Hold on, I wrote it down somewhere. Yeah, 46.70. Gamma Max is way before that. %75% like to watch ratio. Pump? Really? That never happens. Oh, there's just no one watching. I didn't hedge. It's not over. Although hedging before a breakout is generally better than hedging when it's just anticipated. Landscapers in the window behind me must wonder what the library does so much in fidelity. That's not what they're thinking about, Gen. They're just waiting for you to break out the ring light and start your only librarian session. Don't tell me what to do, Pickle Man. Alright, well, I've done my part and disliked as expected. Thank you so much. I won't hit hedge until we hit 4,800. Okay. Well, that's very stubborn of you. You don't understand, Pickle Man. I over-leveraged myself. No, I do. I do. I wasn't gonna say it publicly. I was trying to let you have some of your dignity, but since you wanted to just throw it all out there, yeah, why? Why did you fucking do that? I'm not shushing them through the windows for free. Gross. Slay Queen. Let me maintain my dignity when you check Discord direct messages. Oh, there's too many of them. I don't even want to look. It's like fucking... Why is everyone messaging me today? Oh, wait. Atomic messaged me. That might be important. Taking a job at Purdue. Bullard has recused himself from the monetary policy role on the Federal Reserve's Federal Open Market Committee and other related duties and has ceased all public speaking. Oh, he's bought something. Dork, we're doing it. We're gonna 300% the account again. Let's fucking go. This is serious. It's way more. I don't know which one you are. You're not Popcorn Trader. Are you Wendy's Tech? I'm not reading any messages from Bipolar Bear. I got denied a level 2 options application. I'm wondering how I can get a safe strategy without spreads. Stops or enable margin. Is that you? Oh, that's not you. Oh, this is you. Thanks. Close the call. Somehow 64-day KJ trade call on Fidelity. Call them. Call them immediately. Don't ask me. Call them. This was hours ago. Ask them what the fuck is going on. Why are you getting a call? Complain, 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 feign ignorance, and then complain some more. Till they fix that. Did you like sell a call or a put naked or something? And it slipped in the money? I'm tired, boss. Yeah, me too. I bought another put before the pump. You're welcome. You greedy fuck. Trust me, the ignorance will not be feigned. The classic American Karen way. It's the best way to get what you want out of your brokers. 45.25 today or end of day of week. We could hit 45.25 today. We're close enough. We're very close. I still don't have any day trades. Lame. Someone's gonna sell, right? Or just more pumping? Someone might. It's possible, but I called the broker to ask why I was denied options trading. They said it was inconsistencies in my application, but wouldn't say anything else. So fix the inconsistencies in your application. Right? You know what I'm saying? You don't go to your broker and go, hey, I'm a broke dick that kind of wants to trade spreads with my $500. It's like a job interview. You got to go in there and be like, I'm a professional options trader with $5 billion in the bank and I love risk. Bored full ported Tootsie Roll. The problem is I didn't keep track of my lies and I got my net worth confused with another application, but they wouldn't tell me which lie they were calling me out on. Oh, your net worth on those applications can only go up. That's how you remember. Tell them you're on Snap EBT. He said Tootsie Roll, but no one put him up to it. I just got insider info that Bullard bought CERN puts. CERN isn't listed anymore. Stop selling. Oh, well, okay, but sell more. My risk level is carbon fiber submarines. Oh no, red candle. I better buy another put. I already bought puts. Ever tasted Japanese grape flavor? Way better than American grape flavor. Huh. I like where your head's at. The market hates me and loves Gork. Let's see if it hates me more than it loves Gork. It doesn't love me. I can't lose money here unless it closes at very specific prices. I think yesterday proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the market hates me equally. It did give me most of that money back this morning, which was very nice of it. But and also filled my straddle that I may or may not have purchased at, like, 4 o'clock and 30 seconds. But that's not love, right? That's just market maker greed. The market has the same emotions as Gork, hates no one, and only loves cats. The market is a cat. It's chaos incarnate. Did SPX just gap up? A little bit, yeah. Cat is the market, you mean? I didn't say that. Does SPX trade until 16:15? No. You could trade it in after hours with limit orders, but it doesn't trade until 16:15. So it stretched down just low enough to hit my stop. Cool. Well, that should tell you one of two things. Either your stop wasn't wide enough, or it was way too wide to capture profits. I don't really know your individual position, but I'm gonna assume it's one of those two. I'm not a cat. I never thought I'd be forced to say that. Lazy 4% update on a trillion market value stock. Nvidia, totally plausible. Well, the sold calls closed, and then they sold more this morning, and then they closed them again because they got pressured twice. So that creates kind of a continued push. I did tell people to buy calls on the video this morning. I thought it was a good play. And now everyone's acting very surprised that Nvidia's up a bunch. I didn't tell you. Well, yeah, but you're like got the gray. Actually, I did. On the stream, I said if it tests 44.45 again, you could get another long entry. I assume there's some sort of incredible news beyond PPI that has this market feeling extra super bullish. Nope, just up. No reason. No sense. Embrace it. I just bought more calls. Fucking. Do you and JFresh have a safe word? It's private. I won't embrace it. It's dumb. Sometimes it's best to embrace the things that are stupidest. Super bullish? What is this? Crypto? Ha! My Cardano would like a word with you, Gaff. Tell that to my mom 25 years ago. She didn't hug you? That explains a lot. Well, popcorn, when you buy Pontiff, I'll give you a hug. Your mom's hugged you? Yeah, my mom was like overly affectionate. Is today a good day for 3:45 p.m. 0 DTE straddle? What do you think? No, not like that taking off Friday, you sick fuck. I'll buy your Cardano off you right now for 10% over market. No, not good enough. I want it bought off me for the price I paid for it. My mom abandoned me. Sorry to hear that, Peekaboo. That's super shitty. Give it a decade or so, you'll get there. Well, I don't have another choice, do I? Thank God I only put a small amount of money into it. Is the value of the dollar even more important than inflation data for JPOW's upcoming decision? It could be, yeah. No? No what? I won't get there? What, are you pulling it back now? My mom bought me Enron stock. Wow, it really sounds like your relationship with your mother is extremely fucked up. Dixie After Hours? What are we doing, a thing? No, not at all. We talk 3 times a week. This is a very confusing series of events. So you talk all the time, but she didn't hug you and she bought you Enron. The influence of the dollar on JPOW decision is what I was referencing. Oh. I don't think it's more important than macro inflationary data. Not yet, no. But the effect of dollar on the price of oil is very important for inflation data. Enron was before the doo-doo hit the fan. Oh, did you get some of those preferred shares? In at the top of the pyramid, huh? Dollar dropping is inflationary. Yes. Very. I mean, it's for sure involved in the decision, just not more important. I mean, if oil keeps going, if they're not able to stem the rise in oil prices into like seasonally its highest demand season, oil's gonna start becoming additive, right? And since the only inflation they've actually solved is energy, that that just means we're gonna like rocket back up to like insane headline inflation numbers. I think it's finally time, and all the enough pieces are in place that JPOW can just go ahead and Volcker us. He can Volcker us hard, and then I'll send him a T-shirt. Made 30% of the port back this week. Thanks for learning me. Good. No problem, man. Nice job. Feels bullish that 4520Cs aren't losing much value right now. I wouldn't mind if they lost a little extra. I suppose it's okay. Hmm. I don't think we see anything that drastic while the war is still on the horizon. Oh. Well, hold on. Hear me out. What if we do the drastic thing, then join the war? Or start a new one? Is there enough war? Could we not use extra? I was Volkered hard, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. I'd like to avoid war. Vote to avoid war. Thanks. Oh, that's... You live in the wrong country for that. Someone has been watching a bit too much Ken Burns. Well, okay, but history does rhyme, Gaff. I got my stop on the wick down 5 minutes ago. Almost like they knew where it was sitting. They do. Like they pay for the flow of orders or something. Absolutely. You know what they say? The more the merrier. I'm pretty sure this applies to wars as well. Yeah. How come they get wall hacks and we don't? Well, that's not fair. The markets are not fair or transparent. War overseas is the mother of all economic stimulus packages. I thought maybe we could stir up some shit with Mexico. Their currency's really been outperforming ours, and that's a problem. And they have oil. Too close to home. No. I'd have to fight on the Mexican side. Well, you have to defend your goats. I mean, How will the cartels launder money when we get CBDCs? Tell me about it. Now I'm poor in 2 countries. So dollar down, conflict index up. That's usually how it works, yeah. Well, at least they would get out of NAFTA. Yeah, we'd be able to get rid of NAFTA. Think of all the saving in airfare costs. The soldiers can just drive to war from home. I'll identify you by the toe ring. When can we invade Canada and Central South America and colonize it? Oh, we're not colonizing anybody. This isn't the 1800s or the 1700s. We're bringing freedom and prosperity. Freedomize. There you go. We should invade Greenland. I'm going to start buying Greenland. For when it's green again. I'm going to elect myself president. Make Greenland green again. That's going to be my slogan. We're just going to burn other people's garbage. Why has Jimmy decided to not push up at the market after I bought? I think the better question here is, why did you buy Jimmy? Pick land? Well, it's green, right? It seems to fit. I'm gonna start getting Greenland green t-shirts made. Gerg, if we go back to horse-drawn carriages, I think that may solve world hunger, Joe. Really? Because, like, what? More people will... How? Just longer to get to places? King Gherkin, I like it. It will be a monarchy. Sure, yeah, let's call it that. I was in a meeting. Did you check my DM? No. Here's my question, Bipolar Bear. Why do you keep going long on GameStop, not only when it's in a downtrend, but why games? You know, there's other stocks in the market. I think you're in an abusive relationship. If your horse gets sickly, you can't eat it? Well, you couldn't eat it anyway because you need it to take you places. You would even need it to take you to get a less sickly horse. I don't think my 4990s or 4490s are going to print today. I agree. There are many stocks like it, but this stock is mine syndrome. Yeah. Challenge accepted. Horses back on the menu. There's many countries that still eat horses. $15-minute straddle? It's not time yet, right? I had horse cold cuts in Switzerland. Tasted Italianish. Yeah, there's some. The Italians eat some horse sometimes, and the Japanese I think have some horse dishes. They don't really have the cultural horse ties that we do, like in this country, you know. Bears are like blisters today. They only show up after all the work is done. Ha! 4525 has 0.04 delta. I can't bring myself to buy it. Fair enough. Hmm. We just keep getting a continuation of this, or does it get more bullish here and then do a thing? This is very good. I don't really need to do that. You know what I could do? Open a 44, lock in the profits there. Oh, that's the wrong fucking day. There we go. Nice. $4 of the money. Hmm. Cool. Tell it to move up faster. Well, it's trying, but I've locked in my profits. I got a pretty good fill, too. Look at me, Dork. Toe ring gang. Now I can only make money. There's no losing at this point. Thanks. Maybe the market does love me. I lost $20 today in my put roll. Did you go out to September? What's it like to be loved? It gives you a warm feeling on the inside, knowing someone cares. Heck no. Good place to buy puts for tomorrow. You could. But why? Fucking DRS. Yeah, I agree. Gherk, how's 52-53 CC for Upstart spread? Dangerous or smooth sailing? Um, hmm. I don't know what Gamma Max is at today, but I wouldn't do it into a Friday. Because everybody that's been buying weeklies is going to double down tomorrow. Or today. How many fucking out of the money calls are they buying here? Is this just going nuts? Like, we squeezed out the 4505. 10,000 so far? That's not that much. I guess we still have 15 minutes. Jesus. Dork. 4520 gammas at 51 million. 4525's at 25 million. And then on the longer expiration, 4525 is at 73. So total 4525 gamma is 73.6. Yeah. I mean, do I just take some of these profits and grab some tasty goobers? They're $1. I could be part of the problem. I'm gonna do it. They filled. I'm gonna regret this. I can't sell them. Strangle overnight? Nah. Oh, but you know what else I could do? I could sell. Hold on. I gotta wait for it to bounce again. 45.25s to super bullish people. How do I sell CCs on my 401k? I think you actually can. You have to call them. I think it depends on how it's managed, but some of them allow it, I think. The last 2 days I was responsible and closed 1 DTE calls before close for 200%, 4475 and 4500 respectively. Big regrets. I'm in the same position now with 4525. Big FOMO, what do? Money's money, man. What's the regret? Oh no, I made money. Don't complain about making money. There's people in here losing money. How dare you? Dork has puts. Wait, people are making money? They're not potential gains if you sold. Why do I always want to lose money after I make money? To break even? I don't know, maybe? 44.15, 45.15, 45.10. I don't know. This could still bounce. Risky. $10 left? See, this is why I locked in the profits. Can't lose. It's actually genius. I don't want to hear about potential gains. I sold my 446C this morning because I was rebuilding my deck stairs. So it was like an accident, or what the fuck does that have to do with your call position? Is Jimmy being shorted? Probably. Yeah, I'd imagine. 400 likes by 4 o'clock. We could do it. We probably could. Anybody feeling up to the challenge? We have 1 day honorary toe ring gang membership. I love how everybody waits till the end of the stream to like it when it doesn't matter. I was taking profit on the long side of the straddle because I couldn't watch it. Oh, I see. So, but didn't you make a lot of money on that? Like, because we opened much higher? Did you sell the 45.25? I can't sell them in this account. It doesn't have enough money yet. I guess I could, but not very many. It's not worth it. It's not worth the risk. Nice. Good job, guys. Double click the like button to show extra effort. Go Gadget 4530C 0 DTE. Oh, Jesus. That's not gonna print, man. Correct, but I was saying I didn't want to hear about that guy's potential gains he missed out on while watching all day. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Nice. Get it. Money cashed in. How do you feel about an overnight straddle here? I have one at 4,500 already. It's, I don't know. We're not up enough for me to roll it. Okay, that's fine. That one's doing good. Okay, cool. Do you see SPX testing 45.25 tomorrow and the first half before closing below 4,500? Hmm. Could. There's less. I mean, it'll depend on how call interest looks tonight, but if this is all still very short dated, then yeah, it could start to fall off tomorrow. Charm's picking up, but it's not going to be as low as it or as high as it is next week. Why did you sell a 4505 P 5 minutes to expiry to me? Are you just getting really degenerate today? Total slot machine play? Fair enough. I hope you get there, honestly. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, shit. Considering the 100K volume at 510C, I think it will be defended. Yeah, it's a possibility. Hmm. 3 minutes. What happens when we When we will the 30 downside gaps? When we fill the 30 downside gaps SPX has. I think we're still very far away from that. Was the overnight gap ever filled? No, neither of them were. Repositioned all the puts I told you about earlier. Now in July 21, straddle for night at 45.10. Diagonals at July 21, 45.10. July 14, 4500p. Okay. August 4500p. July 31, 4450p. All right, nice. There's no problem amused. Will this just stop trading? What the fuck? That was weird. Alright. Ding ding. The day is done. RIP 4510. Yeah. 4510 got wrecked. Thanks, Gherk. Gotta roll till tomorrow. Thanks, man. God dang it. XSP closed at 45.1. My puts were at 45.1. Ouch. 45.10 closed out of the money. Yep. All right. Well, we didn't push up to the test of 45.25. I guess we'll see where we go overnight. If we drag back down below 4,500, which will be, let's see, a little lower on futures. Like, I want to look for a breakdown of like 45, 45.35, 45.37 to the downside. S35 is more important. If we drag back below that overnight, that could be pretty bearish going into tomorrow, especially given all the zero DT positioning that's opened up here. So we'll keep an eye on that overnight. Dollar's still dropping, down 80 BPS today. Currently at 9.76. Yields dropped in a 5-year down 344 basis points, and that kind of scales out to the 6-month, which is down 22 basis points. And the 3-month is up a little, but pretty much across the board, yields are down. Oil up 201 basis points today. So that's kind of where we're at. You see HBM these last 2 days? Good call on that one, dude. Yeah, I have. It's been doing well. Thanks. What a dumb day. Yeah, it was pretty stupid. I mean, it was a lot of effort to ensure that those 4,500s got in the money, but now we'll see if they stay there, right? We definitely haven't pushed up enough to like lock in the range. The rejection on 45.50 on ES was strong, so there's a decent chance that this could still fail. Any more thoughts on Bullard stepping down? No, we kind of discussed all of them. It's a bit odd. He's chosen a strange time to do so. But, I mean, you can't really read more into it than what's there, right? Overnight sell-off? Maybe. We'll see how much momentum the rejection gets. If we move below 4,500 overnight, we absolutely could. Nvidia topping out 475. Nvidia is still pretty far away from 475. 460. Okay, but if the market reverses, we could just see short calls come in again. Can you give the protective put ratio again for puts to shares? 0.6 delta, for 0.8 delta for every 120 shares. Yeah, roughly. That's like an estimate. Yeah, absolutely not, Bo. Looking at the business model, I can't see how Nvidia isn't still undervalued. Did you make money on the complicated order today? I think I'm about break even. So I made money on some of them, lost money on some others, but I locked in the profits at like the test of what was that 45.17. So I locked in my 5.10 and below profits. I didn't lose those, but I did lose the value of the hedge. So it puts it at about even, slightly up on the day. Did the closing SPX price adjust above 45.10? It looks like it, yeah, by 4 cents. I think bank earnings going to be slumped. I just don't think they're going to be like spectacular, right? They've got a lot of recovering to do, and their net income, like their net interest income, is like still very mediocre. I doubt that's improved greatly over the last quarter. Jimmy 0 GTs tomorrow, if that's what you want to do, man. Odds Nvidia hits 11 billion target for earnings. I don't know. I mean, it depends on how much they pad them again. Are they going to maintain their target from the last earnings where they promised all those deliveries? We'll see. I mean, grab some at the money puts on wall near the top. So thanks for chiming in on bank earnings. A wall's really undervalued though, right? Like if they even just maintain, their value is going to go up. Isn't that kind of risky? Like they're at resistance. I get buying the put there, but they adjusted closing price to 510.05. Cool. Yeah, I saw. I saw. Who would run in a rap battle between you, Jensen, and Matt Kors? Probably me. I mean, well, maybe Jensen. Can't SVX keep trading until 415? No, SPY keeps trading until 415. SVX options are over at 4. Coin absolutely ripped today. Yeah, it did. Bank earnings pre-market tomorrow? Some of them, right? There's some bank earnings. I don't know whose earnings are in pre-market tomorrow, but probably some. What DTE for protective puts do you use? I was thinking 45, like 180. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Everybody have a great night. I'll have a write up for tomorrow later. See y'all.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.